face a superhero vibe. So put your lights up if you wanna go. Close your eyes now and chase the sun. We gotta move, follow the tempo. Gotta take it ice, we gotta let it roll. There's 100 different ways how to spend up all your day. We're gonna make waves. Follow the new way. tempo. Gotta take it ice, we gotta let it roll. There's 100 different ways how to spend up all your day. We're gonna make waves. Part of a new day. We're gonna make waves. Part of a new day. We're gonna make waves. We're gonna make waves. If you want more, we let the beat rock across the dance floor. We gotta move. Where did the time go? Lost in space, superhero vibes, yo. Put your hands up if you wanna go. Close your eyes now and chase the sun. We gotta move. Follow the tempo. Gotta take it ice, gotta let it roll. There's 100 different ways how to spend up all your day. We're gonna make waves. Part of a new day. We're gonna make waves. Part of a new day.
It was night today when you entered the space of me. Fragrantly sedated, stuck in your gravity. Burn me alive with your cutting stare, crushed in the dive of your flooding prayer. I wanna taste of your freedom. I wanna taste of your freedom. Frozen inside when you're not there. Weight of the world on me, I don't care. I wanna taste of your freedom. I wanna taste of your freedom.
Hybrid, what's the further say? Clara takes on 24. We have the AYS Inferno.
A straight shot to the system. Please to be your victim. Now I finally elevated. Nothing could touch me.
This zone right now, and we're about to see them pro.
Yes, put items on both Android, stopping them in their tracks. ARG
From Ventura. Yeah, there's a good guy.
I'll take any road on my way to go. Burn me alive with your cutting stare, crushed in the dive of your flooding prayer. I wanna taste of your freedom.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to week 3 of PUBG Mobile European League. I am back again as your host. With me, Majesty. How are you doing tonight?
Good evening. I'm good. Are you?
Yeah, really well. Really excited for the next week. We've got planned here. We will have once again 4 days of games each, all being courtesy, of course, of Kichi Shop. Just want to mention it quickly as we wait to get into the Erangel of tonight that they are a trusted platform. Millions of gamers are around, so they've got a lot of promotions. You'll always find a good deal with them. So you can use multiple payment methods to purchase those items on both Android and iOS device. So, while we're waiting for all this to get done and ready to go, get your UC as we look at our participating. We've got some great teams lined up, don't we, Majesty?
We do indeed. We've got our 6 automatic qualifiers back for those finals. So we've had a little break since we last saw them. But let's just go through our teams really quick for you guys. We've got Rise of Queens, S2G Esports, Rise Divas, Galatasaray Esports, Sly Machine, Next Ruya Esports, Dagestan 77 Dreamcore, Besiktas Esports, KYS Inferno, Vias Team, Armed Family, Game Lord Sirens, Far Voice Gaming, Bonfire Esports Female, Blacklight, and Respect Esports. These are your finalists that we will see every day for the next 4 nights.
Yes, indeed. And what a lineup that really is. We have seen some phenomenal from every single team on that list so far of the last few weeks. And this is where it all comes to a head. This is where we get to see who actually is going to be going and grabbing that crown. Is it going to be taking it away from Rise of Queens, or are we going to see our back-to-back champions? It could, in fact, be them. We've seen some amazing stuff from them in Group A. I believe they were in, if I'm remembering correctly, over in week 1. They were top 3, went straight through to the finals. Here we go. Schedule and prize pool is the fight there, 6th to the 9th of March. So Monday through Thursday, we're going to be seeing that. And at the end of this week, on that Thursday, we will be seeing who gets that total prize pool of $4,000 and 200,000 UC. I mean, I can't imagine that of UC coming into my account. Obviously, it's going to be split up a little bit, but still, that's an astronomical amount.
Yeah, it's definitely much, much higher, bigger prize pool than we saw from season 1. So we're moving up with these girls teams, and it's nice to see we've got the dollars in there as well. So it's going to be definitely an exciting week to find out who's going to take that top prize.
Yes, absolutely. I just want to mention as well, all you guys in chat, you're looking very, very hyped so far for this evening. Love to see our fire emojis, all the nail biting emojis as well. It's going to be such fun. You guys do remember to keep supporting your teams as we go through this final stage, because they will be seeing it, and that will boost them a little bit. As we go into today's matches, it is going to be the same 5 matches as we saw last week. It's going to be Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel and Miramar. So looking very stable from week 2 to week 3. Just going to give those teams extra security. There's no switch up. It's just the same routine. So they've got all that focus going straight back onto their teams, onto how they're playing that.
Yeah, it's definitely, can't wait to get into it already. I'm just, as much as the guys you mentioned in chat there with those nail biting emojis, that's what I'm like every night of this tournament.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to be on edge every night this week, and just can't wait to get straight into it. And I just want to mention quickly as well, the Abbott that we saw before we appeared.
Yeah.
Amazing. Nice to see many of the girls featuring in that, and they all just look so good. Like
they do,
and you know, they represent that in the game as well. And yeah, what a great advert for the female teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a great vibe to get into the finals tonight. I'm really, really excited to see how these teams will start playing this out. I mean, we've seen we've got some teams joining us. We've got some really teams. Interesting. We've got some really good teams coming in. We've seen these teams over the last few weeks throughout stage 2 joining now the top 3 from each group in week 1 that we now are going to be able to see again. A big exciting for those teams as well. It's going to be really interesting to see how they start competing with everybody else that we've been seeing every day for the last couple of weeks. I'm really, really excited because it's going to be such an amazing finals. And we've got 4 days. So each team is going to have 16 matches to get those points up.
Yep, that is right. And I wonder how it will work with those teams that we saw in phase 2. They had 5 days worth of games, non-stop games for them against each other that they're going to see in these finals. So I wonder how it's going to work. We've seen some improvements from some teams that obviously didn't quite make it automatically really come through in phase 2. So it's definitely going to be interesting, sweaty, everything you can imagine for sure is going to happen this week.
Absolutely. I mean, you just mentioning there, a couple of teams that nearly very nearly
Refreshed, it's come back. So don't know if we're just having a little issue there or if it was just us. But let's get straight into it. Phase 2 for us was a draw with the caster predictions. We've got to continue on for the finals. And would you like to have the first prediction of the night?
Ooh, well, thank you very much. I think I'm gonna. Ooh, this is a tough one because now we're seeing some of those top 3 from each group come in. So it's been a couple weeks since we've seen them. I'm gonna be quick before the zone comes in. I'm gonna go with Rise of Queens on this one.
You pinched it. We got the same ideas. I was gonna back the champions of season 1, the reigning champions for the first game of the finals. I thought that would be a fitting prediction, but Neptra has taken that one from me. Every time I give her the first prediction, she always guesses the team that I wanted to say. So I might have to stop doing that for her. So I will go. Let's be competitive. I will go with Galatasaray then.
Yeah, excellent. It was between those two for me. I see both of those teams wanting to make a big impact in game 1 to really get that lead ahead of time and then just be able to be more consistent as the days go on. I did mention KYS earlier as well. Looks like Blacklight definitely have a little bit of an advantage against them in that kill feed right now. But as for Rise of Queens, they are going to grab one variation.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a bit of hot drops going on. Cakes also with elimination. I believe she ran somebody over.
Yeah.
But there we go. Look, Blacklight and KRS Inferno. Not sure where they are, but must have landed on each other. But I saw that the kill feed was just a pistol, so haven't got much loot between them. But KYS, suffering there.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to make some game trajectories a little bit different based on what they were planning for this first game coming in. But I don't actually know how many KYS actually lost there. Was it 2 or 3? I didn't quite see.
I think possibly 3. I didn't quite keep track of all the different names, but I think maybe
That's
3.
What I thought.
But yeah, just having a look. Game Lord there, first game, a trio. Surprising from them. They don't have their full squad for this first game, which is, we're not used to seeing that from these guys, so maybe just couldn't get in on time or unavailable first game. So hopefully they have their full squad back up ready for game 2.
Absolutely. And now this is another team that I'm certainly looking forward to seeing how they go through these finals. Remember that day 2, I think it was, where they went from like 13th to 2nd in 4 games rather. So really excited to see how these girls are gonna perform, what their kind of plan is coming into the finals, and seeing if we've got any sort of similarities coming through for them. That same drive would be interesting to see. But where are they? Are they at Severny? It doesn't look like Severny. Oh, it is. Is it? No, it's not Severny. This is Lipovka, I think. Just don't mind me. I'm just trying to sort out where they are.
Yes, it doesn't
Yeah,
look like
that's Lipovka,
Severny
isn't
yet.
it? Yeah.
It looks like
so
Lipovka.
yeah, all right, they're somewhere. They're Lipovka, we think. But just trying to think of that, because that zone did go to that eastern side, if I'm remembering correctly. So they're not in zone then. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to continue and pretend this bit never happened, because I'm completely wrong. Anyway, moving on. Thank you, Spectator, for bringing up a new team that we can move from that very quickly. Bonfire and Sly. Oh, this could be very interesting coming into the zone here. Bonfire in a great position to gatekeep a little bit. Not sure how they're going to play this one out, honestly. I wonder if they're going to try and be a little bit more quiet, but with those points being wiped clean, we're starting back at 0. Honestly, I would love to see every team try their best to be as aggressive and get as many points as possible in the first game, to just make sure that they've got a good foundation, see where they land, see what sticks, and tweak everything accordingly. But for this first game, I want to see all the proactiveness that they can muster.
Yeah, we saw a few teams do that throughout the phases. A couple of teams spring to my mind. We saw Besiktas do it, become very aggressive. We saw S2G as well during phase 1, kind of play like that. So yeah, that's a good tactic, I think, Natura. I would like to see that in the first game too, because you know what I like the action.
Absolutely.
I get very excited when we have excitable teams that can really go for those points. So it makes it good for us too. And we're just having a look at Rise Divas there, maybe a one to watch as well.
Absolutely.
From phase 1. And just a quick one for the guys in chat. Our predictions were Rise of Queens and Galatasaray. If you have any other predictions for us tonight, don't forget, every game, drop your predictions in the chat as well, and we'll see if the chat can get any points.
Absolutely, yeah. We want to see you guys kind of getting that tally going, seeing who wins out of chat for the most predictions here. Rise Diva is going to be another one to really, really watch here. They were looking really good in week 2. And we really want to see that continue in week 3. So very excited to see what this team has for us this week, certainly tonight, because this is another team. We were talking about Rise of Queens versus Galatasaray being 2 teams that want to make sure they get as many points as possible in the first game. But Rise Diva is going to be the same way. We saw that happen in week 2, the beginning of week 2. They were winning everything, just putting so much work into getting all those points that they ended up just moving far and ahead away from the rest of the lobby. So they might be wanting to do the same thing here. Nads with a squad wipe. Hang on.
Yeah, just saw that in the kill feed there. Believe it was just the one player left for KYS Inferno, and there we go. Nads eliminating all 4. And now we switch. Now we switch to spectate them. Now that they've had all of their kills. But nice start from Blacklight, and I'm sure they'll be very happy with this start in the first few minutes of the first game of finals.
Yeah. Not the start for KYS, though. I mean, caster cursing them already. Do apologize for that, KYS. You were looking really, really good. But yeah, that just seems like a really unfortunate hot drop on the side of KYS. And that's next Ruria on the other side, though. So another team that were in the top 3 coming into Group A, if I'm remembering correctly. So certainly not a team to be messed with their previous history here. Blacklight, not too shabby of a team either. We saw some really, really cool stuff from them. They had a few really great days in week 2. So let's see what they've got. Certainly against Armed Family coming up here, just trying to skirt by this compound.
Yeah, just doing the drive-by. Yeah, just so you were mentioning about black lights there. They had a really good start and then kind of faded towards the end. They'll be hoping that they can not repeat that this time round and be
Sure.
consistent all the way through to give them the best possible chance of that prize pool. So, but yeah, 4 eliminations so early on will give them that little bit of confidence going into tonight.
For sure. We are seeing, the zone moving away from Mansion, apparently, as we see Rise of Queens just there, and the zone has come in 900 meters away, so that's going to be an immediate push out. Get to zone ASAP, so looking very nice for them. I like the proactiveness here. I mean, I think they were kind of done looting that area anyway, but, I mean, that zone came in, and less than 15 seconds later, they're all on the road, so looking very good there. Dagestan we have with us as well. And they're really looking really, really good coming into this Besiktas. Just trying to get some shots onto next run, not really connecting anything just yet, but Besiktas is going to be following them up. Is this a northern zone then? We're here by Yaz Bridge.
Looks like it could possibly also have a look at that map and see where we are, but yeah, Besiktas just moving into Yasnaya there. I'm pretty sure Yasnaya is one of their drops. We normally see them around Yasnaya anyway,
True.
If I remember rightly, but yeah, they are in zone though, so yeah, it looks like could be northern. And are they going to head over to the Stalva hillside? Not quite. I thought maybe. I wonder if any team will head straight up there. Those mountain tops could be very useful if this zone keeps shifting that way.
Indeed, I just caught sight of chat, and I'm seeing 2 Primorsks in there, so I think they're referring to our Lipovka versus Severny debate, and they're saying it's actually Primorsk. Which,
do you know what? That wouldn't have crossed my mind.
Not at all. Yep, there's the 3rd Primorsk coming in there. I'm very silly. Honestly, I forgot Primorsk even existed. So
that's we don't normally see Game Lord down there, do we? I'm not sure.
I think on occasion you see them over there, but not very often if I'm remembering correctly. Certainly not in this tournament. I haven't noticed them go down there much. So thank you, chat, for letting us know there, and I feel very silly.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've spectated so many games to be honest with you, we still don't know the places on the map. I mean, we just watch the action, don't we, Netshira?
Yeah, we do. All for that action. Far Voice, hopefully all for that action as well, though. We've seen some really cool stuff from them. Kind of struggled in the last phases of week 2, but they are here. They managed to stay afloat to get to these finals, and hopefully with a clean slate of points like we're seeing here for week 3, that we'll actually see them be able to get some really, really good games in.
Yeah, I mean, all of the teams, I think no one's really being that aggressive just yet, apart from those Blacklight team members. But yes, everyone's just a bit cautious maybe for the first game rather than trying to get the points on board. They just want to see how far up we can go in these placements and just just slowly work our way into these finals.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's been an interesting dynamic being kind of formed here. We've seen the last few days of week 2, as well as obviously here, as we see a little bit of this kind of playing for position. Even though the new point system doesn't really like that very much, I think. We do see a lot of these teams not necessarily maybe playing for position. You kind of have to call it differently now as their plate game. You still see a little bit of early shots, early fights coming in here, but mostly a lot of teams are just avoiding fights, preparing for that end game, and then just saving themselves, right? You've got all those meds, all the utilities, they're not wasting on, they're just getting all that stocked up, getting their best position possible, and then seeing where that takes them. So it's an interesting dynamic we're seeing here, as S2G just going straight past Rise Divas there. Very close, oh my goodness me, but gonna be just on that rotation, so there's not much they can do about it, but somebody up top in green is shooting at them.
Yeah, I mean, that was just so casual. Mary there, just driving past the Rise Diva player in the buggy, just kind of like looked at her and then just carried on driving. Leora there, I think, has jumped out of her buggy, but the S2G girls looking like they don't want to stop just yet, so just gonna drive straight past them, not looking to take that fight right now.
Yeah. Again, that's what they're doing, isn't it? They're really playing for these best positions and then going to worry about points as we see Delphia with that MG3 taken out one of Dagestan. A very, very strong team we've seen here so far. But what they going to do when matched up against Rise of Queens, we'll have to watch that very closely. Not much at the moment because Delphi is going to be able to grab that point for herself, so not much that Dagestan can do here. And now they're looking at Bonfire.
Yeah, I wonder if Satan over there for Dagestan, it was she was rotating in somewhere because it doesn't look like her team is anywhere close. Although you can see them now just over that way, so they must have been just maybe traveling through or. But yeah, Bonfire right next to Rise of Queens though, and if I was Bonfire, I would be staying out of those windows because I do not want to see any of these girls with their sights on me. But who else did we just have in that kill feed there? Looks like One Tap in a bit of trouble right now, but Oreo goes down for Far Voice Gaming to Mary of S2G.
Yes, and Far Voice. Okay, so there's a little bit of a third party going on here because Far Voice are looking at Dagestan and S2G are looking at Far Voice. This is very interesting coming in here. Yeah, One Tap now Bazumi. Very caught out here, I think. This is not the best spot for them. I think they've just been a little bit caught out here as they're going up against Far Voice. Hello, she's in the smoke, gets the one. She actually does clear, but gets killed. No, gets taken out. That third party coming through there. I thought Dagestan had that for a second, but nope, she does not. Far Voice going to be winning that one out, but that's going to be Far Voice taking out Dagestan in the end there. So GG's, Dagestan out early.
Yeah, I feel like Dagestan will be a little bit shook by that, getting her too soon. You know, you saw them dominate the Phase 2 lobby, played phenomenally well. So for them to come in here tonight, first game, go out quickly, maybe they'll just think, oh, you know, not the best place for us to be. And now Far Voice Gaming are going to be stuck down there in that shack as well. And I don't think Rise of Queens will let this one go either, so they will stay here, will try and take out Far Voice Gaming as well, and that's a real dangerous place for them to be, I think, all in that one shack with nowhere really to go.
No, absolutely not. And Far Voice have even a more difficult position. Oh no, they don't actually. They're okay. It's Bonfire who are outside of zone at the moment. But yeah, Far Voice with that shack. I mean, it's only a matter of time unless they can get out, which has been made quite a bit harder because Rise of Queens with that knock did explode their vehicle. So that is them without any means of transportation out of that area. They're stuck in that shack. They have to wait for Rise to actually get out of there to just move on before they can do anything. But I don't know if they're going to do that anytime soon.
Yeah, I think they're getting pressure from S2G as well. I saw S2G get a knock on Far Voice as well, so they're not going to have the best time there. Fair enough, they picked up that elimination point off Rose of Dagestan, but they landed themselves in exactly the same place where they took the previous team, so they know how it's going to work with those opposition teams. Oh, hello. Coming in there as well. And we have a nade there going in from Sly Machine. They've got 2 points right now. And this is where our game now is starting to get a little bit more exciting. We're into stage 4. And we've got a few more teams really eager for these points now in the first game.
Yes, indeedy. I'm just wondering where Armed Family are at the moment because we're seeing our first eliminations or first knocks to the blue zone, and that's 2 of Armed Family now, unless it was Zone got the knock and then the elimination there. Didn't quite see the names, but yeah, Armed Family showing up twice in that kill feed to the blue zones. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yeah, Respect Caddy here with Next Ruya. So we haven't seen Next Ruya since the Phase 1 either, one of our automatic qualifiers. Going to go down there to Caddy. Seren is down though, but Caddy there taking out Blair. Her teammates at the moment. She's got 2 teammates down. She's very low herself. Not sure where Celine is. Celine possibly behind her. She's Dynasty. She's going to get that revive there. And is that Next Ruya eliminated? And eliminate Next Ruya? I'm trying to work it out because Are they both?
Certainly seems that way.
Were they both the brown teams? We've got to get used to these.
We've got to get used to the new colors.
For the new colors for the new teams, we've seen so many teams in different colors. Is this our first look at Galatasaray though?
It is indeed.
Seeing them here, full squad still in. They have 3 eliminations. Not sure where they got them from. I
think that's Bonfire.
From Bonfire, I wasn't quite sure there. From our kill feed. But yeah, first look at Galatasaray there. And who do we have here? It is Nilsu of a Bonfire. Yep, there she is, a solo, but she's right in that zone. And we've seen solos do it many times before. And I think we've even seen the Bonfire solo do it before, but I think it was a teammate previously, a solo, but did very well for placement in Erangel actually as well. So don't count out these solo guys. So see if she can manage this for her teammates.
Yes, indeed. I mean, we've seen quite a bit of action so far, so it's interesting to see that we do, in fact, have still 5 full squads still up and running. Galatasaray, Besiktas, Rise of Queens, Respect, and S2G all looking pretty good. Oh, XQ just hitting the hay there. Out of reach of those, but S2G doing some good job over there. Just gatekeeping as well. If we look at where that new zone has gone, they're the closest team to that zone. All these teams up on this hillside, they're going to have to move in and they're going to have to get through S2G. So if S2G can just hold on to this position and manage it well, i.e. look to that team moving across there, they could have a really nice position against those northern teams.
Yeah, Nilsu, the solo for Bonfire, was eliminated there in 12th. No placement points for them. Taken out by Rise of Queens. So Rise of Queens coming through. Caramelia taken down by Delphia. Again with that MG3. XQ goes down for Slab, but we're with Rise of Queens right now. And the explosion of Oreo.
Oh, wow.
Was she in the air when that exploded as well?
Yes.
Great highlight there as well. Well, not a great highlight for her, but a great highlight for everybody else. And there is your first UC code, guys. 2,400 UC. Go on over to the PUBG Mobile Redemption Center, the official website. Pop in your details and that code. That's a lot of UC for the very first giveaway of the finals. I think there is about a total of 200,000 UC that PUBG are going to give away during these finals, so definitely stick around as Zeros there taking down a member of S2G. But I think, yeah, she gets that Elena and Renita eliminations there. Besiktas, 5 eliminations. Are they coming through after their performance in phase 2? There is another UC code. Straight away, that's a 600 UC one.
Excellent.
So I think everyone's probably busy putting in the first UC code. They might miss that second one.
Yeah, absolutely. So go grab that while you still can. But this is the final stop for many of these teams. We're looking at those vehicles getting blown up now. And there's another one, 300 UC. Grab that code, folks, while all this action's happening before you miss who actually wins this, because we only have a few more minutes, I think, until we do have a winner of the first Erangel. It's looking very, very busy all of a sudden. Look at all these name tags here. Beautiful nade on to Yagi from Rise of Queen's Cakes there. Molotov to follow that one up. But yeah, we're seeing these final stands. Those vehicles getting blown up. They're being used solely as cover now. Have to see where that zone goes and who's going to make it out alive here.
Yeah, but Slime Machine in trouble there. They will be eliminated by Rise of Queens, who will now have 9 eliminations. And we into our top 9. So one more team to be eliminated before you can even receive any placement points. And it will only be 1. Imagine getting to stage 6. There's this many players and you only get 1 placement point, as Asu is gonna go down there to Mary of S2G. Just out there you can see her behind this rock. Cakes is ready if she pops any body part in sight. Has she quite seen her there move behind her buggy? 2 down there for Rise of Queens, but Delphia with that smoke ready to revive. And Mary, I believe, out there on her own. She's a solo for her team, eliminated by Cakes. So there you go. We are now only just into those placement points, guys.
Oh, look outside though. Look how many teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams on that south side, and then 2 up to the north. This is absolutely insane. You know what else is insane though? Is that code. Limited time suit. Get suited up on the battlefield. Grab that code and put it into the redeem page on the PUBG Mobile official website. Go grab that while y'all can. Respect Diva's got a pretty nice spot here. It's a shame it's just outside zone here, but that ridge could be useful if those teams to the south don't really all that much, but Besiktas and Rise of Queens going at it to the north might give a little bit of opportunity for some of these teams like Rise Divas to actually move into that northern side and do a little bit of third partying.
Yeah, it's very, very close down there on the southern zone as Rise of Queens will be eliminated there.
No.
And look at Besiktas. They're riding off that aggressiveness of Phase 2. We saw it from them, and they eliminate Rise of Queens. So we're into our top 4 real quick. We've got Galatasaray as Game Lord Sirens there eliminated as well. I believe Respect. I think is that the final player for Respect out? No, Solo. Yeah, there we go. Just to just to catch up there from the kill feed. It always confuses me, that one, when we see the kill feed. Then we're like, is it confirmation that last player?
Yeah.
As Rise Divas as well in 4th place. So we have Besiktas, Arm Family, and Galatasaray left in here. And Besiktas, I must say, looking very aggressive, looking strong. We're with Tofi right now. Lara takes down Zeros. Athena peeking her head there. Tofi has spotted that out, and Armed Family still in this as well. Don't count them out. You can see them there. I believe they are the grey team to the left of Galatasaray.
Yep.
And but it is Besiktas with them just in this zone. So they are just in the zone. Armed Family, Galatasaray will have to move slightly more towards that road. But great start here from Armed Family as well. 4 eliminations. They have this vehicle safe as well if they need it, just to drive straight in. Maybe even crash Besiktas if they wanted to. But did Besiktas get their player picked back up? Zeros down there still, not been revived yet. Looks like her teammates though are over there with her. Galatasaray, we're going to have to make a move at some point out of that little watchtower. Because
here they come.
Timer is coming in. There we go. Simmer goes down to Yildiz very quickly. Freeps eliminates there. So Freeps there pinching that point from Besiktas. Taya goes down to Alara. It's pretty much even 3 ways at the moment. As you know, each team has got a knock, I think. And a nade comes flying in from Fire to take down the Armed Family players there. Oh my goodness, Freeps. Goes out. Taya eliminated 2. This is our final 2. Galatasaray versus Besiktas. And it is a 4v3, if I do quick maths correctly. Yeah, it was Simmer who got eliminated there earlier for Galatasaray. So top 2 first game. Fire just getting caught out behind that tree there. Athena, they're not going to let these Galatasaray pressers get away. They've got their revive back up. Yildiz is back up. Tofi goes down to the play zone and will be quickly eliminated by Zeros there. Tofi there, you see the kill feed. I think we had Athena going down as well. Zeros is going to push forward onto Fire. Here she comes, but the road not going to give her that advantage there. You don't want to run out just quick. Athena eliminated there. Fireshine goes out, and I think, who do we have left? We have Fire goes out. I think that's only Lara. Lara left for Galatasaray. Zeros is trying to find her right now. She's very, very low. Could this be Besiktas win? Can she do a trio wipe here? Zeros is going to push up. She's got a med, but she don't think she has time to use it though.
No, she doesn't.
Because they're going to come for her very quickly. You can see them jumping in their vehicles. She's going to be eliminated by the car here. And it will be Besiktas Esports win Game 1 of the finals in Erangel. There's your chicken dinner. I also had a chicken dinner tonight for my dinner.
Excellent.
And there we go. Besiktas get their first game. And you know what? I'm kind of not surprised.
Yeah. Very true. Very, very true. They were looking really, really good to the of phase 2 in with that sentiment over the weekend, Monday to the finals. Week 1 or day 1, game 1, day 1 is a win for them. So that's going to put them at the top of the leaderboard. What a great result from Besiktas there. I mean, you could see Laura, what I'm not going to be able to do. Just going to creep to zone very quickly. And then that buggy said, I don't think so. Your point is mine. 14. Make that the total there. So 24 total total points there coming for Besiktas. What a game for them.
Yeah, I'm really happy for them as well. Continuing on their run from phase 2. Nice to see that
Absolutely.
they haven't decided to just back off and
Mhm.
just play safe and see how the other
Mhm.
teams do. It's nice that they've just come straight in and gone, do you know what? We had
Mhm.
a good phase two, and we were
Yeah.
feeling good. We're feeling aggressive, and they're going to take 14 eliminations and 24 points from that first game.
Absolutely. What a great just response, great positioning, really great handling of that kind of 3-4 way that we had at the end there. And this is what you're seeing overall statistics at the moment for this match one. So this is all the teams in match one. You're seeing 7,000 healing. Let's see what else. 351 meters is the longest elimination distance. That's a long way. Who had the sniper then?
I believe Lara had one that
Was
we
it
just
Lara
saw
then?
at the end. I'm not sure of
Mhm.
who else. I don't know if Rise Divas. I can't quite remember the kill feed, but
Mhm.
yeah, I saw one or two. But yeah, this is our first new graphic for us to have a little look
Yeah.
at some more in-depth statistics of the games. So I'm sure we'll see some variations throughout the night
Mhm.
with these
Mhm.
stats as well
Yeah.
as we go through.
Looking really, really good. 319 throwables used. I mean, that's a staggering amount there, but it is going to be Besiktas in 24 points, so that's going to put them in the lead for now. Galatasaray and Ryza Queens both chasing them up, though, with 15 and 12 points each. Looking very, very interesting. I mean, we're seeing here kind of as usual as the top three having the most eliminations. But overall, you're seeing quite a few teams with like near squad wipes. I mean, we know Blacklight got those squad wipes, but Respect, Sly, and Far Voice all with 3 eliminations each. So looking pretty even across the board, apart from those top three. Interesting to see S2G and Dagestan, two very, very strong teams, not able to get more than one elimination. And next, Roya, none at all for this game.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised with S2G as well because I'm pretty sure we saw
Mhm.
them a lot in that kill
Yeah,
feed on the side. So to
we
only
did.
get one out of that,
Mhm.
a little bit maybe disappointment for them. But on the other
Yeah.
hand, Arm Family were probably happy with their start as well,
Yeah. Yeah.
in third place there. But there
Mhm.
are our MVPs of game one: Zeros, Cakes, and Facia, all with
Mhm.
5 eliminations each, and Lara and Naz with 4. Naz with that squad wipe onto KOS Inferno, making it into the 5th place MVP there.
Yeah, looking really, really good. And yeah, Darn Family, just quickly, they had been struggling a little bit over week two. We saw them, still maintaining that top 10, still being pretty consistent, but overall, it was just not what we're used to seeing from them. So for them to come into to day one of finals with a top three spot and a pretty high kill top three spot, will be really promising for them. Hopefully, they're able to maintain that momentum coming into the next few days. But the damage is very telling. I'm seeing here, yeah, Galatasaray, all two of them, half the team up here, spot 1 and 2, and then Zeros, Nads as well coming in with that squad wipe, and Elifs from Rise of Queens as well. So interesting, Lara once again putting in a lot of that work, 9-4-5, and then the rest actually fairly even across the board.
Yeah, and Lara didn't even make the MVP top 5 there. So
Mm-hmm.
she's putting in the work there, and there you can
Yeah.
see the overall eliminations and damage graph there with
Mm.
Besiktas there with their
S2G.
14. And S2G,
You were
I've
right.
just
Yeah,
seen it. We did see them a lot. I'm
we
so
did.
shocked that they only had one confirmed
Oh, yeah.
elimination. That is, you would be so upset.
You would. I mean, you absolutely
Oh,
would. Ugh.
but it also is a good sign that
Mhm.
they're capable. So
Yes.
all hope is not lost. You
Exact.
only managed to get one elimination from that, but you were putting in the work, getting those knocks.
Mhm. Mhm.
So next game we're just got to try and work on getting the first, so we can get some points for the efforts.
Yeah,
But yeah,
absolutely.
Rising Queens and Galatasaray there over 2000, well, Galatasaray 2100 and then Rising Queens with 2300 damage.
Mhm.
So already game one looking
Yeah.
sweaty for a few teams there.
looking absolutely sweaty. Of course, we're not going to see the overalls just yet because it's only game 1, so we'll be seeing that coming into game 2. So game 2, of course, is going to be going over to the desert very shortly. But before that, I think we all need to calm down from that and get reorganized, refocused for Miramar. We'll do that with a short little break coming right up.
round 24. We have the AYS Inferno.
A straight shot to the system. Please to be a victim. Now I finally elevated. Nothing could touch me.
This zone right now, and we're about to see them pro.
Yes, purchase items on both Android, stopping them in their tracks. ARG
From Neptura. Yeah, there's a one there.
Dude, seriously.
I'll take any road. On my way to go. Run me alive with your calling stare. Crushed in the dive of your plotting prayer. I wanna taste of your freedom.
I don't know. Like, I don't think so. I mean, possibly, we know Besiktas, but I think a few of those teams there might say no to that, and not allow that. They don't want. The rest of the field probably don't want that big of a gap straight away. Always hard to. I know plenty of games to come, but always hard to kind of always be chasing if one team dominates at the start. But so I'm going to go the opposite way, and actually I'm going to back Dagestan for Miramar. So tell me I've taken yours. After you. Yeah, so we kind of always have the same ideas, and this is probably why we never get predictions right, because we think the same. But yeah, they didn't have a great first game, but we know Miramar is one of their best maps, especially in phase 2. So, maybe want to get a few points back from that Erangel. What are you thinking?
I've been muted this whole time.
Do you know what? I love Neptura so much, honestly. I'm definitely gonna miss this.
Oh, okay. There will never be a day that I don't forget to mute. Okay, unmute
Someone
even.
needs
Oh my
to
God.
make us. Someone needs to make us a casters bloopers.
Yeah, please do.
Highlight reel. That it would just be you being muted.
It will. It will.
And my dog.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. All right. Well, yeah, I was okay, so to make what Majesty was saying make sense now, I was saying are Besiktas looking to get that back to back, and then we were discussing that, and then we were going into predictions. So Majesty's prediction is Dagestan. I was going to go with Dagestan, but we're not. I can't now. So I was thinking, what teams are doing what here, where we're going with this, because so many of those teams do really well on Miramar. That Miramar is really their map, and then so many games where somebody completely out of the blue will up and win it. So it's really hard to say, but you know what? I think I'm going to go with Galatasaray on this one. This may be a little bit of maybe a predictable prediction here, but they were so close to that win on Erangel. I think they'll be really fighting for it now. So that's my prediction.
Yeah, strong one. My prediction from game 1 didn't quite make it. hopefully one of us will get a prediction right at some point during this week. But just as we have a look at our flight path there, where everyone is going to drop in this first Miramar, just going to can't even speak, my words coming out of my mouth. I just want to give a quick mention to Catchy Shop, our sponsors there. You can see in the bottom left, they are a trusted platform for topping up your gaming accounts. So you can get your UC for your PUBG Mobile account in Catchy Shop. It's cheaper, faster, and safer, and great deals are guaranteed.
Yes, indeedy. So go ahead and grab those, get some great in-game deals, as you just said. Some great stuff to be found over that way, as we see Dagestan, being very brave over these bumps and hills in the bus. But this is going to be over by that church area, so we're just to the west of Los Leones as we look at that zone. It did go south, if I remember correctly. Just saw it there for a moment. It did go south, if I'm remembering it. So going to be a very interesting zone coming into this game too. But looking all quiet on this side at the moment.
Yeah, just driving through here for Dagestan, looking for vehicles. Gonna go find somewhere to loot. And looks like nobody close to them at the moment. So free reign of this area right now.
Yep. For sure, and this is just what Dagestan need at the moment. If they can hold on to this area, if this is somewhere where they're really wanting to be, this could actually bode very, very well for them. We're looking at a very contested zone in much of these, when these shifts come in, the circle shifts come to this area, we do see a lot of teams end up hanging out around this area. So if we can get Dagestan to stay at that church side, we could be seeing a lot of really nice points going their way. But that was a big split coming in from them. They saw them over by church, but also in Chumacera. So some interesting splits coming in here for that loot. And Ryza Queen very quiet over in Bocado.
Yeah, did Galatasaray there simmer with First Blood. First Blood there, Galatasaray. On to Vias team, who are now just a duo, and she's barely got anything on her back there. And another one of these teams joining as a trio. So yeah, Vias team, if they can hold on a 2v4 against Galatasaray, that'll for sure be a win for them. But lacking quite a bit of loot there for those girls.
Yes, indeed. It's really tough sometimes. You see these zones. Oh, that's a good angle. You see these areas, and just sometimes you just don't find the loot you're looking for. It's very, very frustrating, especially when you got a team like Galatasaray at your doorstep. And Via's been doing some really good work that we saw in week 2. So this is going to be a very, very interesting fight. Via's just playing ring around the rosy with Tofi at the moment.
Yeah, still in it, and probably had a little bit of a chance there to pick up some more armor, some extra weapons, what they prefer. So Simon out coming for Reem, teammates coming with us, so they've left left the other girl behind, coming for Reem instead there. Vendetta, that is the other Vias member, as Reem very, very low there. It will be Tofi who gets that knock and will eliminate Reem as well. So only Vendetta left for Vias now.
Yes, indeed. That's such an unfortunate turn of events for Vias. Saw them with a couple of points coming into game 1, but game 2 is really where they probably wanted to grab some extra ones. But nope, Galatasaray said, absolutely not. We need these points more than you. And we're going to take them from you. So thank you very much. And that is going to be them with 3 points on the board already. So yeah, Vias with that 1 point so far. So they were really, really looking to get some more game. Still could as a solo. Not all hope is not lost for them. We've seen solos do some phenomenal work coming into these games. So looking forward to what she can do. But at the moment, it's not looking as spectacular as it did a few moments ago.
Yeah, and I'm just catching up with the stream
know.
as well. It's just on Neptura being muted. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, that's so funny. Just to confirm, when she's muted, I don't actually know because we actually talk through Discord, so
Right.
we're in a separate call. So
Yeah.
I can always hear her and she can always hear me.
Mhm.
So if she's muted on the stream, I don't actually know that
Yeah.
because we're on a completely separate call. So
Yeah.
we do actually have a conversation. I'm not just trying my best to talk to myself.
Yeah.
We are on a Discord call, so
Yes, indeed.
yeah, it kind of makes it a little bit funnier, I guess, because if
Yeah.
I did know she was muted,
Mhm.
yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to pull off a conversation on my own.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm glad everybody found that funny, though, because...
I don't know if Neptura's mic has gone now. Oh, goodness me. Do you know what? I do love this. Oh, what a job. I think Neptura's mic is bugging out because now I can't hear it at all either. So let's just continue with Besiktas, our Game 1 winners. And I'm pretty sure at some point during this game we'll see those UC codes pop back up as well. They kind of came through towards the end of the last game, right when the action was happening. So we'll wait for those codes to pop up. And if you did manage to claim any of them, do let us know in the chat. And also your predictions for this game as well. Mine prediction went to Dagestan. Neptura has gone with Galatasaray. So if you have a different prediction for us, do let us know. And hopefully we'll get Neptura back very shortly. And also don't forget Catchy Shop down there on the bottom left. Great deals on game top-ups if you do not manage to get yourself one of the free... Oh, look, just as I'm talking about it, 5,400 UC. Are you mad?
Wow.
PUBG is on one. 5,400 UC. There is your code. Get on over to the PUBG Mobile Redemption Center and try and get that ASAP. And I think
Yes,
Neptura
absolutely.
is back with the land of the living. Here she is. I can hear her voice. And she must be good to go now.
All good. Yeah, my internet connection decided to randomly dip from my PC. All good on my phone, but
Oh, there she goes. She's good.
no, there we're good. Oh,
She's come back.
what
As
is
quick as she
happening?
went, she's back again.
Yeah.
I guess at some point I probably will be talking to myself tonight. I have a feeling it's gonna happen.
It might do. We've got some rain coming in, and the internet's always a little odd when there's some rainy days, so hopefully not too bad. But look at that zone. I love this zone so much. We're not over in the Chumaceta Hills. We're on the Los Leones cliffs. We've got some land, or rather beach. We've got some sea. And look where that drop's gone, all the way onto that Los Higos Island. So are we going to get the zone going that way?
I mean, I was looking at that map then and I thought, that looks like a really small zone for only being the start of the game.
Right.
But then it kind of goes off the actual map completely. You can't even see the end of that. So yeah, hopefully. I don't think we ever see water zones in Miramar. So
No.
that'll be nice if
Very
we have
rare.
some coast. And there goes a 600 UC code as well for you guys. So yeah, maybe it'll be nice if we have a little bit of a coastal zone in Miramar.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be so nice. I love coastal zones, and you get those cliffs that are so dynamic. It's such an interesting place to play from. And it is a very difficult zone, but it's not impossible, right? Because some zones you kind of go, well, it's impossible for them, but that makes it more fun for us. I think the cliffs on this side give it a really nice balance of doable, difficult but doable, and really enjoyable for the viewer. So I really always love when it goes this way. The beach will be a different story. That zone, I mean, we got 50% water out there. This is going to make it very difficult for so many teams. But looking very much forward to how these teams are going to manage it. And again, I mean, to be fair, we've not seen many teams actually have any of any kind of interactions between these teams, but Arm Family's still a full squad here.
Yeah, everyone is still in it at the moment. Only those 2 eliminations from Vias. So yeah, pretty much everyone again waiting, biding some time.
Yep.
There is the code for limited time suit. Let us know if you get that suit, what suit it is. Is it pretty? What kind of, what is it? I want to know.
Same.
It's been so long since I've actually played PUBG and been on there. There must be some. By the time I go back on after this tournament's finished, there'll probably be some completely different crates and suits. And there we go. Family now putting that pressure onto Favo's. Oreo once again has been blown up.
Oh my goodness.
And Alina will get that elimination. But that's twice now. We saw it in Erangel.
We did.
Amazing, I must say, Oreo. It was amazing. It's straight out of an action movie.
It was, wasn't it?
And again in Miramar, bless her, it's happened again. She's not having any luck with those vehicles, unfortunately. Taya there pushing onto Caramelia, takes down Caramelia as well. That's 3 eliminations, and Far Voice Gaming will be eliminated from this game right now in Miramar as that zone comes in. Far Voice Gaming there, but look at this, Besiktas and Rise of Queens. Besiktas, I feel like they're not having any chill in day one.
They're really not.
They are not scared. They eliminated Rise of Queens in the last game, and they have that 1 knock already in Miramar. Rise of Queens, what are we going to do as Vendetta eliminates herself in 15th place?
Oh no! Vendetta, what are you doing? Such a shame. That is such a shame. But you know what? At least you didn't give the point over to someone else. But yikes, man. We were so hopeful for her to be doing some good things in this final zone, but not to be. She is going to go out in 15th place. But Besiktas, man, going really all out here. You love to see it. They've really come into their own in the last few weeks, or a few days even, and you're really starting to see it. Maybe they've put in a lot of work over the weekend, because this is such a great Besiktas to be what moment. Didn't get that elimination actually on to Rise of Queens. They were able to get that res back up and running, but still, it's just the aggression coming through. It's the proactiveness. It's looking really, really nice.
Yeah, decided, they've got that 1 knock, a warning for Rise of Queens there, and then just moved on. But we're down towards this coastal area. Yeah, Temne getting tagged up, Slime Machine in front of them, and they do have a team behind them. I'm not clued up with all the different colours yet, so I'm not sure what that other green team, who they are. But Game Lord, nice to see a team there going for the beach. Gets cut out. That's so open there from Yagi on that rooftop. Yikes. Wasn't quite close enough to that. I kind of understand the idea. She wanted to just pull up that little ridge there, but wasn't quite close enough. And
no respect.
Easy spot out there for Sly, but Galatasaray there with 4 eliminations now, and that is respect. They're targeting right now. Ellie getting taken out by Yagi as well. As there you see Galatasaray's knocks coming in the kill feed now, so just getting themselves a position in this zone.
Yes, indeed. I mean, look at Galatasaray already 5 eliminations to their name. Laura got those 2 so far, the MVP of the team, looking very, very good. And we'll see how they do later on, but they're definitely looking to be much more aggressive, much more proactive into the second game. Getting ready for those finals, but Game Lord just having a really rough time here. I see what they've been trying to do. They're trying to go for that water shift, the water zone, just be out there and ready and waiting for those teams to come forward. But tell you what, Slime Machine got a great spot here. It's really nice to preempt teams that are going this way, just like Game Lord are. And unfortunately, I think that's going to be Game Lord going out to the zone there pretty soon. Yeah, Lisa gonna drown there, as is Diavla, and that is going to be Game Lord down to a solo. Not sure where that solo... Nope, that's them out completely. So that is going to be Game Lord out in 14th position. Not a good start for Game Lord really at all here. Such a shame, seeing as they were doing such good things in week 2. But you know what? It's game 2. We've got 16 more or 14 more games for them over the course of the next 3 days. So honestly, not the end of the world.
Yep, back over to Galatasaray though. Finding Rise Divas this time. We're in the zone. That timer will come up shortly. You can see there 10 seconds. And let's have a look at our zone. So we've kind of taken up some more land this time. Just that very southern side, just a little bit. But a bit more land there for our teams. As is that Lara down now for Galatasaray? I think it is on the left-hand side there. Yeah, you can see our zone, a bonfire under pressure there from Dagestan and Rise Divas. So they have 2 teams targeting them. That's really, really difficult and unfortunate for Bonfire. And there Rise Cakes with a knock onto Sonia. And Maya is down. So now Rise Diva with 2 teams, Dagestan and Rise of Queens on them as well. And that was Bonfire eliminated in 13th place. So still a few more teams to go before you get any placement points. It's so rough. It is going to be Malak going down there. Amy's the last one up for Respect. The other green team is Respect. There we go. Like the turquoisey kind of colour is Respect Esports. And Amy now, she's got a chance. She got that 1 knock onto Slash. She got a chance now to get a teammate back up to help her. And she does make that. No, it's Blacklight. It's Blacklight, but on the top it says Respect. Ignore everything I'm saying. I was looking at the team name, then I looked at the tag and thought, wait, Amy, that doesn't sound like a Respect player. And I was like, no, it's Blacklight there. So just another error. We'll probably just forward that on to the guys as well. But yeah, so Blacklight is the green team, not Respect, because we saw Respect with Galatasaray and they were a different colour. So just ignore everything I'm saying right now.
Oh my goodness, day 1 off to a fantastic start. But my goodness, yeah, easily done when the logos are kind of messed about. That will get sorted ASAP. All good to go, but this is where the action's really starting to get done and dusted here. I did notice though that Rise of Queens, 0 eliminations on the board so far, even though we've seen them quite a bit in that kill feed. So an interesting kind of tidbit of info there is that there's a lot of either stealing or there's a lot of reses getting put up anyway. So Rise of Queen's got a great little spot up there, but I don't know how much longer they're going to be able to keep that position. They're on the very edge of zone as the zone continues to kind of go down to that southeast side. So we'll have to see where they will have to be putting up shop next, but Dagestan looking to control that area if they have anything to say about it. And also noticing rather, next Ruya, full squad way down to the south side there. You can see them in pink just on the bottom. Again, not sure how much longer they'll be able to hold that spot, but for now, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, just jumping to S2G right now. 2 eliminations that Nade flying if they got 1 player down, Alina down at the moment. And next Ruya, I think that zone is shifted away from them, so then now they could be in trouble there as they try and rotate in with all these teams above them. But you know, anything can happen, and let's get Alina revived ASAP as Malak will go down there to Penny. A Slime Machine go out in 12th place there, and S2G here having well, it's going the right way for them so far against Blacklight. Danaz and Amy there. Are we going to look to push up? They're giving Mary a chance to revive Alina there. She does get back up. The nade's going to come from Mary, probably the wrong direction. They've slightly moved Blacklight there, you can see. And I think Blacklight, do we have a trio? We are a trio. Amy there still putting that pressure on. You can see, I think S2G, I thought she was going to make a flank around, but she's stopped there with a teammate, so another nade comes flying in. Dagestan, I think, just outside the zone there as well. Yep, they are. And who is that purple team who is just on that edge of that zone? Because they will have a great advantage over these teams trying to make their way in. Both will be going to Dagestan. There you can see Satan over putting that pressure onto Rise of Queens. S2G now want to make their move into zone. I think, is it Rise Divas, the purple team there? Just taking out Amy there of Blacklight, so nice position for them. And I think S2G
Granada.
player has just crashed them as well.
Yep.
As, yeah, you can see the color of the S2G player right in the mix with Rise Divas there. And back to Dagestan, one tap down at the moment.
Oh, interesting turn of events, but this is a big fight going their way up to the north side. So that's going to be Rise of Queens. Looking a little sorry for themselves as they pushed into Dagestan. That's going to be them out completely. So a shock kind of result there, but of course up against Dagestan, they were not having what they had last game, so they're going to be right back into it. Really, really aggressive with that really nice defense of that area, actually. And Rise of Queen's going to be going out, closely followed by Respect and S2G.
Yep, all following each other really quick
my
there.
goodness.
Next, Ruya, by the way, have made it into that zone. They kind of had a free reign there. Those other teams that were just on the eastern side to them kind of focus on each other, and that I feel like that gave Next Ruya an opportunity to just push up in peace. So there you go. You can see them now. Next zone is in, and who is that in that zone? Could that possibly be Galatasaray?
Yes.
In the zone now already.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, we know what happens with them. We're all too familiar when they have a full squad and they're in that zone. They're going to be a hard team to beat there, but there's still 6 other teams to. As Dizzy there goes down to Nectaria. Letty knocks Froops with that sniper as well. Our family getting caught out there outside of zone as well.
A lot of pressure.
2 down. Yeah, but Galatasaray way on the north side of that zone. Just going to wait for these teams to make their way in. 26 players still up. Besiktas still up there as well. So watch out for them rotating into zone 2. KYS could have a hard time here. Sandwiched between Arm Family and Besiktas. And they got to hope that they can squeeze through that gap there, because Galatasaray focused on Dagestan right now, and you can see them players there spreading out through that zone, moving closer. Besiktas player going down there. Rose goes out to Lara's nade. Yildiz is down to Kowalski of KYS Inferno. KYS making their move into the zone. Zeros holding off very, very well there, and that will believe, I think, KYS eliminated.
That is KYS eliminated, and if I'm not mistaken, no, okay, so I thought Zeros got a 3-piece there. I don't think she did. I think she was helped by another teammate, but still, what a takedown of KYS. Oh my goodness me. But yeah, that's very unfortunate for KYS. They had a good momentum coming into their push, actually, because Besiktas were focused on Galatasaray there for a bit, so they got an early knock onto, I think it was, and made that push from there. But at that point, Besiktas knew what was going on, and they put that one down very quickly. But GG's from KYS anyway, and of course GG's to Besiktas. That was an epic defense coming in from them. Arm Family going to have a hard time as well here, because they've got all that area that's kind of open for third party. Yeah, if we see Rise Divas, you got Besiktas up top next to Rhea. It's all going to be very, very busy.
Yep, Dagestan just eliminated there in 6th place. Who has just gotten out in 5th? It's next Ruya. And look at our family in the top again. Here with Besiktas and Galatasaray, and it's going to be Rise Divas in this time as well. There is that zone, and Galatasaray have played this very, very clever. They kind of edged in ever so slightly. You know, they've got no players behind them, so they've shortened that zone even more than what it should be by just, you know, pulling forward a little bit and closing the zone down. Focused on Dagestan, eliminated them. We've got O'Daddy left of Rise Divas, and Galatasaray still pushing in as well. 9 eliminations. Arm Family and Besiktas still in this as well. And maybe, should we have gone for a Besiktas back-to-back?
It's entirely possible, honestly, Majesty. They're looking really, really good. They're looking like they really, really want this. Arm Family as well, though. They're looking good, too. But, oh, that's going to be immediate retaliation, though, by a different team. Yeah, going to grab Fazier as soon as possible. But Freep's also going to go down. Oh, that's a big return. But Rise Diva's looking good as well. They've only got that solo, though. It's just O'Daddy out there. But yeah, I mean, Besiktas certainly in a position where they could win this. Sure, they're not as spread out as Galatasaray. Galatasaray have much more control of that zone. They're spread out to really, really try and win this as best they can. But Besiktas, man, they've done it before against the same team just half an hour ago. So they're entirely able to do it again. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, I feel like Galatasaray at the minute are very fortunate. None of those teams are actually focused on them. They're all fighting each other.
Yeah.
Instead, and Galatasaray, I think, have enough cover that they can't be seen by any of the teams really.
Yeah.
So they're, happy to just sit there, let everyone else fight, control it, and push in ever so slightly. So yeah, these other players and other teams focus on each other. You can see Arm Family there still waiting for Besiktas to make a move as that zone is going to come closing in shortly. And Galatasaray, though, very, very dominating in that zone. You can see everybody else just around the edges. And Galatasaray firmly in there. Who's going to make their first move up, and which way is this zone going to go? Which team is going to be fortunate enough to have the zone on their side? And Besiktas still being watched by Arm Family. But don't forget, we still got that solo daddy of Ride Divas, and she's looking ever, ever so close to Galatasaray there.
She really is, and she could be in a position to make some big decisions for either of these teams, honestly, Arm Family or Galatasaray. She could, especially onto Fire, she's so close to them, could be disastrous for either one of these teams. We'll just have to see how that one plays out. Besiktas making their spot permanent now. They have no more vehicles, I don't think. They've just blown up that one. So just looking for that cover, that extra cover. Zone has moved, and I think it's centered up. So everybody has to move forward just a little bit because 17 meters over into the zone for Besiktas. Not sure the others lie, but I think that is going to be centering up quite nicely. Who just got shot down there? Who was that?
I mean, Daddy is staying very still. That zone's going to eat her alive, though. I don't think she's going to give away an elimination point. She's going to go out to the zone in fourth. I mean, these girls really do not want to give away any points.
No.
They don't want to risk anything. So just let herself go out there to the blue zone. And you see that the smoke's coming up from Galatasaray. So it's the same top three
I was about to say
as
that.
the last game.
It is.
How bizarre, but well played. Zimmer gets a knock on Athena as Toby focuses on Arm Family, takes out Dizzy and Alina. Oh my goodness. Takes out two there, and Taya is the next target. Eliminates Taya as well. It's a duo of Besiktas left with this full force of Galatasaray. Toby will go down, but her teammates are there. It's going to be Galatasaray win. This time round, they upped their position from the last game, which also means that Chura gets a point. Congratulations, Chura. It's about time one of us got a prediction right. And that will be Galatasaray's turn for the win.
Beautiful. I mean, what a bizarre top three, though, to be the exact same for Arm Family to go out in third again. That's back-to-back third place, and it was just very nearly Besiktas' win again. But yeah, Galatasaray played that very, very well, like you said, edging in, kind of making sure other teams weren't behind them, so they actually had more of the zone to kind of relax with than the other teams did. Then all those other teams started fighting amongst themselves. It was looking really, really good for them. They played that very well indeed. So they're going to get the exact, oh my god, this is insane, the exact amount of eliminations for the exact amount of points as Besiktas in the last game. How many similarities are we going to be seeing here?
Let's just see if Besiktas got the same points that Galatasaray did in game one.
That would be insane.
And the top three to be the same. I mean, Arm Family, what a cracking start they're having.
Yeah, fantastic.
2 games, third place at each. Yeah, maybe we'll see an Arm Family win at some point too. That would be nice for them because they do pretty consistently well. Just need that win for them. But yeah, Galatasaray first in this game, and we'll see how those points even up on the overall standings later on as we go into those statistics now. And I'm feeling like we've got a few more knocks there, but a few more rescues, and that elimination distance a lot shorter than the Erangel.
Yeah. It is actually, which is really odd for Miramar, right? Because Miramar is the land of the snipers. It's the land of those long eliminations. But no, it is going to be a lot less than Erangel. So a lot, and that could be because we didn't really see much of the fighting actually happen until they were very close quarters. So we only really saw that one snipe with the or kind of in the mid game, but we didn't see all that many long lights going on. It was all very CQC. So interesting little tidbit of information there. Here we go though. Let's compare. Oh, interesting. Wait, Besiktas are fourth in terms of the points, and Arm Family are second with 8 eliminations compared to Besiktas' 4. I'm surprised Besiktas 4. They were doing a lot of work there.
Yeah, so only 4 eliminations for them puts them fourth overall, 10 points. But yeah, Armed Family, what a start from them. 8
Great start.
eliminations, and Rise Divas with 9 as well. O'Daddy doing well. Not giving that point away to
Yeah.
any other team and just going out to the zone there. Tactics coming in for the finals.
Absolutely.
I'm not surprised by them. But yeah,
No.
nice start from a few of those teams. And S2G actually coming through with 7 eliminations.
Wow.
So a better
Jeez.
game from them as well. And I'm looking at 11th to 16th with no points. I think that's the most teams we've ever seen with 0 points.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I was just looking at that myself and going, wow, what on earth happened there? Very, very odd. It'd be very disappointing for all of those teams really to not get any points whatsoever. But like I keep saying, we're only in match 2. It can only go up from here, a lot of those teams. So we'll be seeing them coming into this next. Sanhok's going to be very interesting because that's a lot of teams with a lot of momentum all coming into a very small space. So we'll see how they get that going. But we're seeing Rise Divas here twice, as well as Galatasaray, and then of course Freeps for Family. So that's looking very even across the board.
Yep, I don't believe we've had a player over 5 eliminations yet. Another unusual thing for us, but look at that damage. And I'm pretty sure it was Lara. Was it Lara from game 1 as well?
Yep. It was.
Who was the most damage? So she really puts in some damage.
She really does.
We normally see that damage from just one whole team all together, but so to get that on her own, I mean, a phenomenal effort. And there we have Armed Family. She's not called 830. I think that's just a computer error there, but in second there. And look at the overalls. That left-hand side looking much, much fuller than the right-hand side.
It is indeed. That's very interesting, isn't it? And it's kind of in hand with the 0 points that we saw, the 0 elimination of many of these teams. I mean, Rise of Queens and Respect actually been quite a little bit of damage there, but apart from that, I mean, Far Voice didn't get a single bit of damage, not one hit. So that's so difficult to do, right? So it's a feat on its own. It's just a big shame for them, not how they wanted to start the finals off. But you know, Sanhok is another day. We've seen them be quite good on Sanhok, actually. So there is plenty of hope left for them. And not Nexria, I think it was S2G there with more eliminations than damage. But as we look over at the overall standings, we can see Galatasaray, in that number 1 spot by 5 points.
Yep, there we have our first look. Now we've had 2 games, just a 5-point lead. Besiktas, I'm sure, will not let them run away with it during day 1. Nice to see Arm Family up there as well. And just a bonfire there in the 16th, the only team to get a point. I'm pretty sure they'll have a point or 2 by the end of the night. They're pretty good in Sanhok as well. And that will be our next game. So anything happens in Sanhok, anything goes. It could be completely different top 3, and it wouldn't surprise me if it was.
Absolutely. Just very quickly though, 39 and 35 points when you take into account the new point system and everything. That astounding amount of points to have in just 2 games. I mean, they've done so well to get those top 3 so consistently, Arm Family as well. But then you start seeing just under the top 5 is like 9.6 points. So to have 39, 34, all those, I mean, just a great performance coming in from these teams so far. But it could all change in Sanhok. We rarely see the same teams who win on the Erangels and the Miramars to be winning on the Sanhoks as well. So we will have to see how that goes. That's going to be a very interesting thing to spectate, which we will be doing in a few minutes as we go into this break to just get everything ready for you guys. So stay tuned and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Across the dance floor, we gotta move. Wait till the time to go. Lost in space, superhero vibes up. Put your hands up if you wanna go. Close your eyes now and chase the sun. We gotta move. Follow the tempo. Gotta take it ice. Gotta let it roll. There's 100 different ways how to spend up all your day. We're gonna make waves. All of the new ways. We're gonna make waves. All of the new ways. We're gonna make waves. We're gonna make waves. Put your hands up if you want more. We let the beat rock across the dance floor. We gotta move. Wait till the time go. Lost in space, superhero vibes up. Put your hands up if you wanna go. Close your eyes now and chase the sun. We gotta move. Follow the tempo. Gotta take it ice. We gotta let it roll. There's 100 different ways how to spend up all your day. We're gonna make waves. All of the new ways. We're gonna make waves. All of the new ways.
on 24. We have the AYS Burnham.
A straight shot to the system. Pleased to be a victim. Now I finally elevated. Nothing could touch me.
This zone right now, and we're about to see them probing
Yes, purchase items on both Android, stopping them in their tracks. ARG
from Ventura. Yeah, there's a one there.
Dude, that is really
I'll take any road. On my way to go. Burn me alive with your calling stare. Crushed in the dive of your plotting prayer. I wanna taste of your freedom.
welcome back to the Wonder League, the finals, day 1. We're about to get into game 3 very shortly here, Majesty, so I gotta ask you who you're predicting.
Mic check, are you on?
Mic check. Yeah, we're
Let's
good.
go. All right, Sanhok. I'm gonna go with another team that maybe expect to do a little bit better. I'm gonna go with S2G.
Nice.
For Sanhok. I had a few teams in mind, but yeah, I'm gonna roll with them for this one.
Yeah. Excellent notion. Good team on Sanhok. We've seen them do some incredible things coming into this before. I've got a couple of teams in mind as well. I'm not quite sure who to go for at this stage. I think I'm going to go ahead and place my bets with Next Ruya on this one, though. We've seen some really cool stuff from them, and that game in Miramar was looking pretty good until they had to push just into those teams that were already situated. So, look forward to seeing what they got here.
Yeah, well, we'll wait to board our flight to Sanhok. But quick mention to Catch Your Shop. Don't forget you can get great deals on your game top-ups over there. And if you want, no one's mentioned in the stream chat that they won the free UC from the last few games.
Yeah.
So if you did claim any of those suits or that UC, let us know if you were one of the lucky ones. Because there was some big UC giveaways there, and yeah, lucky you guys, whoever got it.
I
anyway.
know.
I mean, you must have to be real fast too,
Yeah.
because I believe it's only one time, so only one person can claim it. So you literally have to be absolutely rapid to be the first person to get those codes in. But yeah, if it was you, do let us know.
Yes, indeed. Let us know. And also let us know who your predictions are. You know, we got me and Majesty, we got this little thing going, but we want to see that same sort of thing going on in chat. Let us know who you're predicting. Who do you think is going to take the whole thing coming in to this Sanhok very shortly? I'm looking to see a lot of action here. We've seen a lot of really good aggression, really good proactivity from these teams in Erangel and Miramar. And as we get into the Sanhok, I expect nothing less from them.
Yep, here we go. Sanhok, are we ready? First Sanhok of the finals, always, for me, the greatest game to watch.
Oh, yeah.
And there we go, straight over the north. The flight's prediction is Game Lord. Full squad there. So the flight path prediction is Game Lord. We'll see how well that does as well. And yeah, good luck to all your teams. Do we have 2 teams going to a boot camp? We know Galatasaray land there. It looks like S2G. Are they doing a 2-2 split there? You don't want to be sending 2 players into boot camp with a full Galatasaray squad, do you?
Oh dear, no you don't. That's going to be very interesting. We're going to have to watch that one very closely. If I'm not mistaken, we're probably going to be heading that way soon, except Alina does get out of there. So maybe not. No, it is. It's a 3-1 split, and Alina has escaped boot camp. Looks like she shot out the parachute, and she's going to be gliding her way to Painan. So they're safe. There is no such thing as a 2-2 or 1-3 split into boot camp. That's good because, man, that would have been a bold move to say the least. Also very interesting. I mean, I know we had that northern flight path, but we have a lot of teams up into the north. You don't normally see teams go up to Mung Nai or any of those sorts of places, and yet we have them here for tonight. So a very interesting turn of events there, but the zone doesn't necessarily favor them in any way. It's kind of centered up a little.
Yeah, nice to see those teams, obviously with that flight path, maybe just thinking, let's go north, see who's around. But yeah, like you said, not often you see those teams kind of land in those areas. Yeah. But one team we do see land in boot camp is Galatasaray. And S2G Solo thought, no, thank you, and has managed to glide her way to a team in Painan. Probably very wise to do so.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I didn't quite get a chance to see all of the zone. Do we have any drops at all together?
No.
No.
Not that I saw. No, so we're quiet for this time.
A little bit of just some time to loot then.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, Galatasaray being very quick with that loot phase. They're going to be moving up to Boot Camp Hill very shortly now. But yeah, it is. It's going to be a very relaxed kind of looting phase. You're just going to be able to relax a little, cool down, get focused, get planned out, know what you guys are doing. Gives the IGL a little bit of time as well to kind of scope out how things are going to be going here. You know, every game is different with those zones coming in. So these teams probably will have a couple of rotational options. They've got those strategies where they kind of pick one rather than make up a new strategy on the spot every time. So that gives time for the IGL to kind of pick one of those strategies and go with it. So a nice little bit for most of these teams as we see who's this KYS over in Tatmok, very close to the team over in Cal who we just saw there. So we will be seeing a little bit of action, not quite. No, they're moving away from Arm Family, so they're going to be moving into zone, but we get a little gate kept here, so perhaps the action is going to come to them a little sooner than the rest, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think as well. We've got 63 players, so one team is a trio again. I wonder if it's Vias still. We'll have to wait till those side table pops up and we can have a look. But just quickly, we got a few, quite a few shout outs for support in that chat.
We do.
Along with their predictions there, you can see Galatasaray, we've got Let's Go Game Lord, prediction with a chicken with 20 kills there.
Nice.
That will be a good one for them. Far Voice, a black light there as well. And so good luck to all of your teams. And we've got a hello YMK and Neptura. Hello Shady.
Hi indeed. But yeah, some good predictions coming in there. Gala win, that would be epic to see a back-to-back Galatasaray win after the second place they got in the Erangel. I mean, that would be, you can't get much better than that, can you? In terms of results for the first 3 games. I mean, that would set them up very, very nicely indeed. So have to see how that goes. But we're also looking at Rise of Queens. Rise of Queens not had the start I think they were really looking for, even though they're currently sat in 5th place right now. I think they were looking for more of what guy in at the moment. So still making some moves for a win today here, but Arm Family losing one early, I think that was. Yeah, got another to add to her list. Current tally of 5 for the Erangel. And not going to be an early elimination on to Armed Family, which is a bit of a game because they've managed to hold on for a while, and now Black is going to take one and go.
Yeah, a little bit surprised at that actually, that they haven't decided to just watch them for a little bit, try and get another elimination or two. The blue zone is coming, so they could have a chance to zone keep. But yeah, just deciding to get that one and come here to the compound instead and maybe get a little bit more loot.
Yes, indeed. Another squad I really want to see some good stuff from. They were so good in phase 1. Do struggle a little bit more, and it's just not being that they are for day 1 for the finals. They currently are third with 3 points in 2 games, so definitely not a good start. And we've seen so much more from this team, so you know what they're capable of. You know they can do more than that. So I'm really, really looking to them to really get into that groove and find their footing again.
Yeah, and Far Voice do have some good games on Sanhok as well. So hopefully Oreo does not blow up in a vehicle this game and make it 3 out of 3. That would be a good statistic for her. But I'm sure she does not want that to happen this time around,
No.
and she wants to play on with her team, and hopefully they can do a little bit better in Sanhok. We've seen them do it before, so yeah, literally anything in Sanhok is a possibility.
It is true, isn't it, that anything goes here. Interesting to see S2G actually not hold on to Painan at all. You just saw that Solo finishing up her loot phase as they've all moved out. So Painan actually going to be pretty free unless they kind of linger on those hillsides trying to kind of bait somebody into that lower ground area. But interesting that they're not going to be keeping Painan for themselves as Blacklight try to move outside the zone. They just about do it, but they got another nearly 400 meters to go here. So it looks like the zone has continued to trajectorize down to the south. I'm not sure that's even a word.
That was a very big word, Neptura.
It was.
Trajectorize. It was so big I can't even say it.
I don't think it's a real word, to be honest.
I mean, if it's not, I understood what you meant, and I'm sure everybody else understands what you meant, so it should be a word if it's not, but maybe it is, I don't know. It is a good word though, so props for getting that in there and saying it for the first time properly without fumbling, because I for sure wouldn't have been able to get that word out of my mouth. But here we go, Galatasaray now, as you said, moving on to that hilltop outside of boot camp. And now just waiting for all these teams to move into sites there. Lara just scoping out every direction. Vias are down there though. And I believe there is a team to her left as well that we just saw a few seconds ago. Yeah, Lara there just waiting for any team to edge any closer into her sights.
Yes, indeed. Excuse me there. Just kind of coughed right into the mic there, but that's okay. We got Rise of Queens. Rise of Queens and Besiktas every single time. These two keep butting heads. At the moment, Rise of Queens going to be at their normal spot in Quarry. They are certainly in at the moment, so Besiktas both in zone, both just chilling for the moment, but we could see something start to erupt there shortly as these teams actually kind of move in from that north. I mean, that is to be expected since we saw all those teams go up there, but this is going to put a lot of pressure on to Besiktas. Far Voice being one of those teams, but S2G got pretty good sights on them as well. So it's all a bit of a muddle at this point. Bonfire just entertaining themselves there with a little bit of dancing. There we go. As Goksu, Nilsu, they're all going to be just chilling, but they got to be careful because that's a team right behind them up there. Who is that? I'm not quite sure who that actually is behind them. Could be in for a bit of a backstab if they're not careful, but a pretty good spot from them nonetheless. But now Blacklight coming in from that zone as well. That's Game Lord. Oh yeah, you do not want to be caught unawares by Game Lord. Very good team on Sanhok. They're going to be looking for some blood, I think, here.
Yeah, what a strange start to Sanhok. We're not used to seeing this. I can probably put a confident bet that by the last day of the finals, this will not be happening in the last Sanhok.
Yeah.
There would be a few teams eliminated by now, but yeah, very slow and steady Sanhok. There we got a few shots popping off. We've got 1 second for that zone to closing in, and I expect maybe stage 3 to stage 4 now we probably will see
Mm-hmm.
a little bit more of engagement. But it's just interesting to see how many teams have other teams in their sights, but not yet doing anything about it.
Yeah, they're really just holding off, aren't they? Just making sure they maintain as much of that of utilities as possible as Diabla takes down Kumsal as she tries to regroup with her team. You did just see a UC code very quickly there for 600 UC, so go grab that very, very quickly. But yeah, at that bonfire gonna be going down to Rio at that point. They can't do anything about that res. They have to just keep on moving. This is really unfortunate for Bonfire. They need a really good game here because they still have 0 points, not a point to their name in the last 2 games. So this is a game that they really, really need some points on, and that they need to see on as well. There's 600 UC for you guys to go grab that in the redeem page, but Vias and Slime Machine going at it.
Yeah, Reem now under pressure. A couple of Slime Machine players coming for her. She's got no helmet left. Hate Me has gone down to Vias though, elsewhere. So helping out her teammates elsewhere. They're taking out one player as Reem will go down though to. Yeah, she wants to finish with a nade even, but I'm not sure if that nade will. It does get enough damage to eliminate her. She threw that wildly, and she didn't want to waste any bullets, it seems like. And yeah, she gets that elimination with the nade in the end. Yeah, Hate Me was eliminated. Vendetta, the next player to go out there, and I believe that's Biased eliminated in 16th place.
Oh dear. I mean, not good, is it? Vias, poor Vias. They're just not having... They keep getting kind of taken out very early in the sense that they keep kind of getting surprised by some of these teams. Entirely sure they're there. They don't know why. They don't know that it's going to happen in a way. You know, it's not like they enter a fight or they push or something. They always get surprised by a team coming down a hill, somebody behind a rock. So it's been a very unfortunate few games for Vias. Hopefully they'll be coming back stronger and better than ever in the next few days, because we still got 3 days of games going after this one, so not all is lost there. But Dagestan grabbing some points onto Gamelord, and looks like Respect trying to grab some points onto Nads.
Yeah, Nad's there, unfortunately, crouches up, unaware that Respect was behind her and had her in sight. Satan over here, gonna go with the Molotov. She's looking not to get caught out there by Gamelord. Lisa, Ellie there knocking Satan over, and Lisa elsewhere as well, focused on a different team. But here comes the rest of Dagestan, and I believe I just saw a DBS somewhere. Lisa there taking out Amy of Blacklight. That zone there, 6 seconds to go. We're fighting in the blue zone now. The Molotov goes in from Rose instead. Rose will go down to Goksu, so Bonfire coming for a cheeky third party. Diablo there eliminating, knocking Satan over, and Bazumi. Satan over there does get thirsted by Diablo, but one tap on hand there to kind of give a little bit of a respite for a team. Can we get Rose picked back up here? Gamelord, where are we? Here comes Elisa. She eliminates Bazumi. Does one tap have long enough to get her player?
She does it!
No, she doesn't. She takes out Ellie, but Rose, Lisa there, should I say, eliminating one tap. It was just all a blur there so quickly.
Yeah.
But GG's
very,
to
very well done.
Gamelord, picking up some eliminations, and I'm pretty sure she might have time to get her player picked back up as well. But Dagestan, surprisingly again, going out there.
Yeah, it's been a very odd day for Dagestan. I mean, after pulling away so incredibly away from the rest of the Phase 2 teams, we're seeing them just kind of struggle a little bit. I mean, 5th place in the overall leaderboard. I'm not sure how much we can call that struggling necessarily, but this is certainly a far cry from what we've seen of them last week, coming in to those wins once a day at least, then winning 3 times a day. It was just insane. So yeah, very interesting here that they're not doing as well. Maybe some of these teams are just stepping up a little bit more, and especially once they realize it's Dagestan, they're really going, oi, no, not again. We're not having the same as last week, but no! Game Lord going out to KYS, just getting shot up there. Very, very well done from KYS. Some much needed points, but how frustrating for Game Lord.
Yep, eliminated there as well, coming through the blue. And just a quick mention, because Galatasaray, this zone is headed towards boot camp, and they've barely had to move anywhere this whole game. They've just been on that boot camp hill, and the zone is still with them, so they are definitely rested. As Armed Family will be the next team to go out. Besiktas now feeling the pressure of respect. Athena taking a knee there, as we just edge ever so closer to a boot camp now. Besiktas left with a duo. They got respect right for the Blacklight eliminated as well. Leora of Rise Divas going down to Renata. I saw S2G under a bit of pressure between Sly and Rise of Queens, and they did have 2 down. They've managed to get 1 picked back up. And I think the other player was still coming from Painan, actually, still hadn't quite made it. There you go, Asu taking out Elena. Galatasaray featuring, I think, for the first time in the kill feed there. Quiet from them, obviously not having to go very far. But S2G now a duo as Besiktas eliminated outside of placement points. So it won't be a top 3 for them this game.
Not at all. And second place all of a sudden is looking very precarious. Arm Family, sure, they're out as well, so that's not going to be too much of a challenge. But Rise Diva still a solo, and they're only 15 points behind. So could a solo do all of that? Perhaps not, but they could get very, very close indeed. Rise of Queens looking pretty good as a duo as well. And then it just keeps going on, and they're so also close that Majik just going out this early on a Sanhok game could spell disaster, but we'll just have to wait and see. I will mention, though, very, very quickly, we only have 3 full squads. I mean, Galatasaray being 1, but also KYS and Far Voice Gaming. Both of those really need some points here, so this could be very, very good for them.
It could indeed, but Saya there just managing to get out of that Molotov, and you can see Galatasaray have realised, there's players down here, and you can see them coming down now in that mini-map. Targeting Slime Machine could be a chance for S2G and the Rise Diva solo to make their way in. They do have Rise of Queens, I believe, not too far away from them, as well as that solo takes out Penia of S2G. And so now Mary is also a solo, and Galatasaray still pushing down, eliminating Sly Machine players on their way. Tofi there getting that last S2G player, so that will be S2G out in 10th place. Here comes Respect as well. Who do we have here? That is Far Voice Gaming. We're out in the blue zone, though, because there comes the zone. Far Voice now getting themselves some points. We've got 3 eliminations. KYS still in this as well. Full squad, strong. One of those strong teams from phase 2. Next, Ruya eliminated as well. That's both of our predictions out of this one.
It is.
It's not going well for me today.
Nope.
And KYS there just on top, coming out of boot camp. So Galatasaray pushing down, KYS making their way in. Oreo goes down to Kowalski.
Oh no.
Not Oreo again. Lara, though, Galatasaray going down to Delphia. Rise of Queens solo, still in this as well. There you can see in that map now, gets eliminated by Fire. So that will be Rise of Queens out as well. KYS want to keep an eye on Far Voice, not letting them get into that play zone. Caramelia and Oreo eliminated there. I think just 2 left. Bonfire will go out, but they have some points this game, so GG's, they've got themselves some points. Galatasaray now in the top 3 once again. And it's Rise Divas there, the solo, as Far Voice Gaming are eliminated. So Rise Diva solo, once again, a top 3 too. And KYS Inferno. Could KYS get the win here? Strong team. But Galatasaray, 9 eliminations so far. Also holding this zone once again.
Yeah. they have the entirety of that zone. KYS have got some really good stuff going on, but they've already got 2 knocks down to Galatasaray because the spread is just so huge. They're able to have angles on every which way. They go out in third, actually. So it is going to be Rise Divas with that second place. She goes out, and it is a back-to-back for Galatasaray. Oh my god.
Well, they've definitely pulled away now in that number 1 spot. The
Haven't they
question
just?
is, can anybody take them out?
No.
Looking strong, those
Very.
eliminations again, and just wow, 2 wins. Yeah, 2 wins in a second place. I mean, they're going to be not friends with Besiktas, I think, from getting that other win
Yeah.
and not having 3 in a row.
Yeah.
But 13 eliminations, 23
nice.
points, definitely extend their lead by quite
Yeah.
a few points.
They do
So
indeed.
this is now the team to chase down.
Yeah, they really are, aren't seeing this time and time again from them over the last couple of seasons. Galatasaray just run away with it. Often in the first day, as much as they possibly they do try and take it all in that first day, and then they can have a relaxing rest of the finals. Just being consistent and doing all that sort of thing. So it is a very good strategy. It's certainly working for them at the moment. We'll have to see if those teams can actually catch them up and get rid of them from that top spot. But now they're looking really.
Yeah, and we're a Rise of Queens at the moment.
I know.
A bit of a slower start
Yeah.
from them, but there we go. Only 1 airdrop looted from that game, and Tofi, the does that mean she got the longest elimination? Is that linked to that one? I'm not quite sure.
That might be actually. That might be. We'll have to get info on that actually during break.
That's linked to the longest elimination there.
That makes sense to do that. Yeah.
But yeah, just Galatasaray, I mean, it's going to be tough for some of these teams, I think, if they want to overtake them. And there you go, nearly double the points of second place KYS, who receive 12. And nice Far Voice Gaming, a nice 9 points for them, same as Respect.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was going to mention Respect just before they went out there on that final rotation. Respect were looking really, really good. They had 7 eliminations on the board, but that end game ended so quickly. I mean, it was over in about 30 seconds. We had, 6 or 7 teams down to the top 2 very, very, very quickly. So Respect had very little chance really or time to breathe to try and make that rotation up. They tried to get rid of Far Voice. They did a good job with that, actually kind of stopping them from retaliating, but then they were just taken out by the other teams around them. So it was a really good shout from them. And of course, Rise Divas getting all those placement points for that second place. So nicely done as well. And they could tell as well, she went out as soon as KYS went out there. So they kind of knew that they were in second place. They're like, yep, that's good enough. We'll go. But Tofi with the 10 eliminations, we have a double-digit MVP already, Majesty.
Yeah, there we go. The most eliminations so far by one player today. Going to Tofi of Galatasaray, but
yeah,
with those 13 eliminations, that means none of her teammates will feature in this top 5. So we have Respect there, Seren Kowalski and Elisa all with 4, and Goksu with 3. Nice that Bonfire get themselves off the mark as well, getting a few points in that game, so they're not on 0 any longer.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, again, Galatasaray far and above the rest of the lobby in terms of damage. 1,100 damage just for Tofi alone. I mean, it makes sense when you have 10 eliminations, so that does make sense there. But the rest of the lobby is interesting because apart from Galatasaray, they're all very even. We're seeing about 100 damage points difference between these second to 5th places, and that's only about 1 elimination's worth.
Yeah, so after first, it's kind of familiar now that the rest of those placements is normally around 600, 500 damage. I think it's been around the same the past 3 games than just the first place. Tofi just miles ahead. But yeah, so average around 600.
Whoa.
for these girls. And there is our overalls. And once again, actually, a little bit less damage from Galatasaray in Sanhok. A little bit less, but still gives them the win. And a whopping 1,400 from Respect there as well. And Sly not too far off that too.
True. I'm just seeing a lot of damage being put in by a lot of these teams for not much reward. I mean, Nextruya, 0 points there. 0 elimination points for 400 damage. Besiktas 1 for 829. So we're seeing a lot of teams actually be making a lot of aggressive plays here, but it's just not paying off. Either they're getting stolen or they're getting res back up or whatever. Because I think the side of resing back up, because we're looking at those graphs there and I'm not seeing a whole lot of more eliminations than damage. So that is an interesting thing to keep an eye on, as we also keep an eye on our overall standings. And already Galatasaray, with that win, they are pulling of Besiktas, so just under 30 points difference there. I think that's something like 27 if I'm not mistaken, something like that, which is the same amount that Rise Divas have as they go continue their third place spot with 27 points, and Arm Family into fourth. So Rise actually moving down to 6th on this one.
Yeah, I wonder when Rise of Queens will show up for us and for that table. I'm pretty sure they won't be happy with this right now, our reigning champions. But if I remember correctly, in season 1, it was Rise of Queens and Galatasaray who pretty much toe-to-toe through that, and then Rise of Queens just beat them to it. But I'm sure they won't want to let this go down lightly, so expect them to come back at some point.
Yeah, and I kind of think that if they aren't going to try and make that initial push right at the beginning of the tournament, then they're going to wait maybe a day or two. I think we're probably going to start seeing something come from them in the end of day 2 going into day 3. I think they're one of those teams that like a little bit more pressure, whereas Galatasaray likes to get all that pressure done and out of the way immediately and then just relax the rest of the time. So I think we'll be seeing a little bit of a different play coming in from Rise of Queens, but we'll have to see what unfolds into Erangel, as that's the next game going to be coming up. But first, we're going to be going into a little bit of a break, and we'll see you very shortly.
We have let KYS convert him.
A straight shot to the system. Pleased to be a victim. Now I finally elevated. Nothing could touch me.
This zone right now, and we're about to see them pro.
Yes, purchase items on both Android, stopping them in their tracks. ARG
from Natura. Yeah, there's one there.
Dude, that is really
I'll take every road. On my way to go. Run me alive with your cutting stare. Crushed in the dive of your flooding prayer. I wanna taste of your freedom.
well back. Ellie, here we go. Second to last game already, Majesty. We've had a fantastic 3 games so far coming into this, but we are here once again at Erangel. The grassy green fields of Erangel coming up onto our screens one more time for tonight. How are you feeling about this one, Majesty?
Do you know what? I don't even know how to feel about it. Whether or not
Yeah.
Galatasaray will make
Oh, can you imagine?
three back-to-backs. I
Yeah.
mean, it's looking good for them. They probably could do it, to be honest. But you know, will any other team ruin the fun for them? So I'm actually not going to back Galatasaray. I think that would be
Yeah.
a bit of a cheat to back them with how they're looking at the moment. So I'm
Yeah,
going to go
yeah.
for a different team. And I'm actually going to go with Rise of Queens and yeah, just waiting for them to put their marker down on these finals.
Absolutely. I kind of agree with that. Rise of Queens are going to be a little bit hungry, I think. If they're not going for the kind of waiting until maybe day 2, day 3 to really going, then yeah, they're going to want to put some points down for before the end of tonight, obviously. So yeah, Rise of Queens, good shout. I'm also looking at, I mean, KYS did really well in that one, but I think I want to kind of go for maybe Armed Family. I think they've kept trying to get there. They've almost made it, but those positions that they've ended up have gotten them to the top 3 just haven't quite been enough for them. So I think I'm going to go with Armed Family and see if they can get a bit of a better placement and see where they go with it.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's about time they got a win.
Yeah, it is.
We've seen them already top 3 a couple of times. Some good eliminations as well. They haven't been slacking on that. And yeah, we're just waiting for them to get a win. I don't believe they had a win through phase 2.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But ever so consistent. So they're there. Just need that final push from them, and the win is coming. The win is coming for them.
The
hopefully.
win is coming, hopefully. And yeah, quick correction. Actually, is I said that the teams would have 16 games each rather than 20. That is incorrect because we don't have groups this week. So each team has 20 games. So 4 more games each for them to work their magic. So yeah, here we go. That zone looking pretty tasty, pretty nice. Just across the middle there. No rush for anyone, really. Game Lord going to be dropping on Severny there very shortly. And then we see Rise of Queens there, of course, taking over the plane as we move on and see where that zone's going to be going just shortly. While we wait for that, though, I will just mention very quickly the KG Shop, which you can find the link for them in the description. Of course, they are a trusted platform for topping accounts. So go ahead, you see account up there because it is cheaper, faster, and safe. And there are some great deals to be guaranteed over there. So go ahead and check that out while we wait for this action to take place.
Yep, still with our flight path there, you can see Rise Diva's still on the plane, haven't yet departed. There they jump now, possibly
and
Novo
next
for
Ruya.
them, do we think?
Yep.
Around Novo. And
Quite
next
possibly,
Ruya look like they're going to head for military base, and then we'll see there is.
Ooh.
Didn't have to wait too long. There is the first zone.
Yes, indeed. So could still, but majority of this team's gonna be quite okay with this one. We are seeing a little bit of a kind of a busy area over to Rozhog. Yet a couple of teams over there, but I think they're just sorting themselves out. Not sure that we're gonna see some first bloods just yet, too soon. And honestly, like we've been observing, these teams are not going all gun-ho as we saw them in phase 2. They're taking a much quieter approach to this, except now I've just been called a liar by KYS in the kill feed over there, looking at Blacklight this time.
Yeah, Black going down there. First blood goes to Aqua of KYS Inferno.
Yes, indeed. Very in those two, because of course, remember, KYS went out very, very early to Blacklight. So we are seeing a little bit of a rivalry start to happen as looks like a 2-2 split for KYS, and now the rest of the team going to be trying to support them over in school area. So this is going to be a very exciting fight. We don't see many fights in school. I'm really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, probably the first time we're seeing this actually. I think spectating it, and yeah, the KOAS teammates just pulling up there. You saw outside the fence, so reinforcements have arrived. But yeah, Aqua with that first elimination, and KOAS want to follow on from their Sanhok performance. And we've mentioned before, one of these teams that really came through during phase 2. I think we're pushing up the stairs, so we're not even going to wait for Blacklight to do anything. We're going for the straight push here. Kowalski, there we go, straight in. She tags her up, and not quite enough. There we go. She's going to follow her around though. Takes out Nads. 24 takes out Denaz as well, and there is 3 eliminations. Amy is the only one left up. She's got a DBS equipped ready. Delisi is going to tag her up, and there it's going to be 24 there with that Uzi coming around and eliminating Blacklight very, very quickly. And KYS 4 eliminations.
Honestly, that was a beautiful retaliation by KYS from last game. That was such a nice play, beautifully done. There was just so much pressure. Blacklight didn't do much and couldn't really do much in the face of that. So very, very well from KYS on that. That was such a pretty thing to behold. Definitely a highlight, I think. Hopefully that's going to be in the highlight reel going forward. But what a great play from them, and a great game, a great fight to start off this Erangel. Of course, Blacklight going to be a little bit mad about it, but you know what? They did the same thing to KYS in game 1, so what comes around goes around, comes around, whatever the saying is, and that's a nice bit of retaliation.
Yeah, I was just looking at our points there, and I don't think they're updated yet from game 3.
Ah, yes.
Because I was looking there thinking, there's a lot of teams there on 6 and 5 points, but KYS did so well in that last game. How can they only have 6 points?
That's very true.
Yeah, I think just not updated, so we'll not look at that for any references just yet until it updates itself. But yeah, KYS just following on from a great phase 2 and a great game in Sanhok last game, coming through there as we just switch to Vias team playing all day today as a trio, I believe. Don't think have we seen a full squad of Vias yet? I'm not sure.
Not sure actually.
Yeah, struggling so far in day 1 Neptura, the past 3 games.
They are, yeah. It's been an interesting thing to watch, really, because going back to phase 2, of course, Vias ended up in 5th place overall, so they did quite nicely. They got 2 wins during the week, and they ended on 107 points. So, they were looking very good in phase 2, so it's interesting to see them kind of slow down a little bit here. Only 1 point in the first 2 games. I think they got a few more in Sanhok, but still not really what you want to be seeing. No, and in fact, Yeah, no, they did. Sorry, my mistake. So it's a little. Oh, here we go. There we go. It's been updated. We're all good to go. Unfortunately, still 2 points. So currently bottom of the table right now. So it has been a very difficult first day for them. I'm not entirely sure why. We've not seen too much of them on camera. So it's been hard to kind of track what's been going on there. But yeah, just a bit of a shame for them. Obviously, we know they're far more capable of more. They're far more capable of doing a lot more here. So I'm sure this is not the last we'll be seeing of them, but certainly not a particularly confidence boosting day for them.
No, and I think kind of feel like the same about Game Lord as well. Not most confidence boosting, like you just said about Fias, for Game Lord either. Obviously, we saw them finishing very strongly in Phase 2 in the last day or two, but not being able to replicate that on the first day here. But, maybe again, one of those teams that like the last day or two rush and think, let's just go grab some points, nothing to lose. So yeah, maybe another one of those teams that maybe likes the chase and has a slower start, gets a feel for it, gets a feel for all the teams. Different dynamic coming in here today, obviously with those 6 teams that qualified from Phase 1. So it's been like 2 weeks since some of these teams faced each other, and some of these teams didn't see each other at all. Obviously, if you were from Group A or Group B and the opposite group, you've not played against 3 of these teams yet. So the different dynamics coming through, and we're having a little bit of a change from how it worked out in a Phase 2.
Yeah, that's a good point actually that you make there, that some of these teams haven't actually seen each other at all. So it is, and while the kind of the women's league is such that you kind of at this level you will be seeing a lot of these teams in other events. So all these teams have had a chance to really compete against each other. At the same time, you haven't seen them for a couple of weeks, most likely. Certainly not in this tournament. And every tournament, every match has a different vibe. So for every tournament, you have to approach it like you're playing against new teams, against new situations. So yeah, absolutely. A lot of these teams could be struggling just because of the influx of teams that they've not played with before.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes for them. Rise Divas, though, out in that blue zone. Not in any kind of rush to go for that zone. There you go. Timer up 6 seconds. And then we'll be headed for next zone. And they better start getting a move on. Sonny, they're only with 1 med. She doesn't want to use that too quickly. So hop in this car and be on our way, Divas.
Yes, indeed. And I don't think that we're going to see next Ruya at all. I think they've either made their crossing much earlier, or they've gone on that western side, which I doubt because it's so far out of zone unless they were made a very early rotation. So not seeing them just yet. Just on that very edge there. Looks like actually next Ruya did take an early rotation across the west bridge and moved back up because that's the direction they're coming in. But Farvoice right behind them. This could be a very interesting turn of events for Farvoice. We could see some very good plays, a little bit of backstabbing on next Ruya. But for now, KYS are currently about as middle to the zone as you can get, so it could be a very good game for them as well.
Yeah, not one team has gone directly for a dead center there, but Respect looking like they could be. So do Vias. I wonder if they're going to meet right in the middle there. Next Ruya making their way too. So them 3 teams look like they're going to drive straight into each other. So keep an eye on that, as Dagestan also making their rotations in as well. You can see that blue zone just following them now. Look at this, they've gone all the way to the top of the map. I believe that's Saverni, so they're way way far from the rest at the moment.
Huh. They are indeed. S2G, and Rise of Queens. But 2400 UC. Let's look at this code for a second. Go grab that code while you can. I see a couple people in chat just talking about them right now. So in a minute's time, because we are on a 5-minute delay, you will see a code in chat or on screen. Go ahead and screenshot that, grab what you can, go see if you can redeem that and try and be the first, but you're gonna have to be very, very quick. So go ahead and grab that 2400 UC. That's quite a bit there. We did see UC. Goodness, there's another code right after the other. Very nice. So if you missed out on the 2400 one, you can go ahead and grab that 600 UC as well. But S2G there did get that one elimination on to Rise of Queens, I think. So Rise of Queens have had to move on as a trio. Again, not continuing to not be their best games.
Yeah, they eliminated Cakes, unfortunately. Not ideal for Rise of Queens.
No.
You don't want to lose Cakes right yet.
No.
There's another one, 300 UC this time.
Oh my goodness.
Ding, ding, ding. That's over 3,000 UC there just from those 3 codes. Imagine if you got all 3. Imagine your fingers were so quick that you managed to get all 3.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, imagine if you got more than one of these codes, because some of those UC giveaways are mega. So you could be looking at a few thousand if you're really quick.
Absolutely.
But yeah, Rise of Queens, I'm not sure, just not having the greatest start, are they?
No, they're really not, which is a shame. But yeah, they're really not, but they're still in 6th place with those 15 points. They're currently tied with Respect right now, 3 points behind KYS. So certainly not all is lost, and we're only in the 4th game. But we will be seeing what they can do with this. Maybe they're just trying to put a ton of pressure. Maybe they're just experimenting, you know, trying to see what may work, what may not in the final days of the finals. And day 1, if you're not going to do it using other scrims or other practice things, probably the best time to actually start experimenting because more days to catch up.
But is it a risk you want to take, though? I'm not sure, but...
I wouldn't, but that's me.
We'll see how they do anyway. I think it's just because we expect a lot from them. But here are S2G Esports crashing in onto Vias, all in the same house here. That nade's going to come flying in from Mary. Penny's nade, though, takes out Dark, so her teammate on the other side there. The Molotov of Renata, and I think that is Vias eliminated there between those Molotovs and those nades of S2G.
Wow, that was very, very quick from them. Oh my goodness, S2G just plowing through there. Again, when you get bombarded with nades like that, it's really, really difficult to try and clap back at all. You can't do much in the face of that onslaught. So GG's Vias, there wasn't a whole lot they could do there, but very nice from S2G. But it's not the end of the road for them, because now Next Ruya are right behind them, looking for the little bit of a late third party coming into this. It would have worked if S2G had had any damage taken at all. That was very clean wipe there. So, Renata trying to make her escape, but she is going to be going in up against Nightmare as well.
Yeah, Sly just driving past there. Pena got herself in that shack. That nade's going to come in from Blair. She has to leave, and the Molotov as well. The Molotov there just burning her up. And but she's still in it though. She's heavily damaged. Can she get knocked? She will get knocked by Blair. And always a tricky one when you find yourself stuck in just a little shack there. You know, one throw ball, the Molotov there coming in, and Blair following up with another one there.
Yeah. And
Next Ruya doing what they did to S2G Esports, what S2G Esports did to Vias.
Yeah.
So a taste of their own medicine here, and Renata the only player who is going to escape from that.
That's interesting. I mean, I'm not entirely sure what idea was with Renata moving out as a solo like that. Obviously, they had to, or in the end, it was good that they did that. I always kind of don't like when teams do that, because it hints at a hesitation right from the beginning, right? So as soon as a team like Next Ruya can come out, and there she goes. So as soon as a team like that comes forward at your team and you immediately send one away, kind of puts a lot of hesitation, in my mind, into the minds of the rest players on board right there. And also, I mean, they could have really used a 4th player like that. Yes, Next Ruya came right through them, but Renata in perhaps the compound across the road or some such thing, maybe even a 2-2 split if they had tried to take somebody else in the buggy, may have been more helpful as kind of an off angle. But what they did instead was they saw they were trapped in that building, let one go, and then continue to be trapped with no help whatsoever. So it kind of felt like a giving up almost, which yeah, it just was not the way I would have played that. I don't think that was particularly the best for the mentality of the team. But it's a really hard decision to make, you know, in those split seconds when Nextray are just running down on top of you like that. So GG's. Yeah, that's a shame that she went out so quickly right after as well. She could have held on for a little while longer, but getting taken out there on rotation, not the best result.
Yeah, I feel like if you're going to get eliminated so quickly after you could have just stayed with your team and helped as that extra player, extra gun. You know, extra damage could have mean extra knocks for S2G, but that's what they decided to do, and we're still here with Nextruya because Blair is not right now, and Slime Machine are here, and Galatasaray are here as well, just on the right hand side on that hillside. So Letty does not want to stay here for too long. Elam getting that revive really quick, and Letty is actually going to drive towards Galatasaray. Danger, Far Voice Gaming up here as well, and looks like Yagi is also trying to find a place to go because there's teams everywhere in his compound right now, so it's going to have to be the open for Letty, but she's getting tagged up, and she just manages to get down that little dip there for some cover, but Lisa taking down Saya. So Far Voice Gaming, a little bit of improvement now from the first game or two, and Rise Divas just coming in this zone too. So we're over towards the west of Yasnaya, and there you can see on the minimap a little bit of that river in here too.
Oh, this is going to be a very interesting zone. Yeah, there it is on the map now. Very, very interesting zone. Not easy to play, right? You got a lot of teams on that field side. You really want to see a lot of teams on that western side instead, right behind where Rise Divas are, actually. Really nice bit of wooded area there that can actually be very useful, but the way that the cookie has crumbled as everybody's on those fields is going to be just really, really difficult. This entire area is difficult unless you have the compound that Rise of Queens have. It's going to be hard work for you as Game Lord move up against Galatasaray, or rather the other way around, but Galatasaray trying to get into the zone, being gatekept by Game Lord and by another team to their right there as well. So Galatasaray could have a little bit of a hard time moving in here.
Yeah, are we going to see Game Lord put some damage on to Galatasaray? It's Far Voice Gaming that is out there with them, but Diablo deciding to pull back actually a little bit further in, so a little bit of room, and they actually just pulled into the edge of the next zone to try and zone keep Galatasaray. So yeah, Galatasaray will have some work to do. Looks like they've got some vehicles though, so they can just drive on straight through if they want to. And Game Lord just going to make themselves comfortable in that compound instead. Yeah, you mentioned that compound that Rise of Queens are in. That's actually my favourite place in this area.
Yeah,
I always try to race there as quick as I can if it's in the zone. Decent little spot there, and
so
Galatasaray now with the decision of where do we go from here.
I mean, that's just such a difficult one as well. The zone continues to go straight down to the south, leaving Rise Divas in a world of hurt right now. Respect making an early getaway if they can along the banks there. Bonfire, I think you're going to have to let them get away with it because they're currently focused on Rise Divas, and such a difficult rotation for them unless they can go the same way as Respect just did, which I think they're going to try and do, but it's going to have to be a 2-2 split here. Leora and her knocked teammate aren't going to be able to grab those vehicles, and now who is this moving in to the south side?
It's KYS coming up behind Galatasaray there. Don't discount these guys either. 5 eliminations for them already, and now it's Galatasaray's turn to do a little bit of zone keeping, edge these teams out, do not let them in, but Galatasaray actually sandwiched right now because you can see Game Lord up there on that mini map and Far Voice Gaming. So they've got 3 teams surrounding them at the moment. But next, Ruya there with Far Voice. That's taking Far Voice Gaming out of that picture against Galatasaray. And look at this. Stage 5, look at this zone. 38 people left. You saw it on the map just pop up there. It's very, very busy right now. This is probably one of the busiest stage 5s we have seen.
Yep.
With this amount of players. And next we're just deciding to pull east a little bit. There you can see taking out Rose of Dagestan, and Dagestan have had a quiet game again, haven't they? Just the solo left in, and Blair there popping up with that domination, and it's all happening right now. We're going to have to keep an eye on the kill feed because everything's going to happen. Asu's taken out Athena of Besiktas, Simmer there taken down by Delphia, Arm Family and a Bonfire in it, as well as Rise Divas go out there to Besiktas. And Delphia now focused on Elim, gets that elimination very quickly. Riser Queens with 4 eliminations. They still have this compound in zone, so zone has favoured them, but not for any longer because it's gone towards Game Lord, I believe.
Yes, it has.
Game Lord's compound. And look at all these teams that are not in the zone as Besiktas get eliminated as well. Top 9, one more team to go out before those placement points start. Imagine being in stage 5, there's 20 players left and you don't even get a placement point. It's going to be Bonfire to go out in 9th. Oh, you've just made it this far. It is soul destroying, but that's the way those points come now as Galatasaray got to close in behind Game Lord. Do you think they're going to go for this compound? They are. They're gonna bombard Game Lord with the nades here. Can Ellie hold the push off of Galatasaray? Grenadier there. Tofi there pops up. They have 4 eliminations as well. Tofi with 3.
Yes, indeed. And next Maria having a really good game as well. As I say that, though, they're having a rough rotation. Good game, rough rotation. Not sure how they're going to get out of this one because it's going to have to be a very extreme smoke tunnel to move in. She's outside the blue zone. I think she's just going to have to go out to the zone there. There's not much she can do because she doesn't have those meds. So yeah, Hilal's going to be going out. So just as I was talking about next Ria go out. So that's a bit of a shame there. But we're moving on to Far Voice Gaming and Game Lord.
Yeah, so it looks like Galatasaray pulled away from this compound of Game Lord. You can see them there a little bit more to the east. So just deciding not to push in there. And Far Voice have gone for it instead. So Galatasaray will take their full team with them to the edge of zone there. Found themselves a little spot. Very dangerous full team for Arm Family here as well. A full squad as well. Only one of 2 full teams. We've seen them. So we've seen these 2 teams many times already that top few teams. So looking good for Arm Family too, because quite a good position here as Rise of Queens just moved below them, and I think probably a bad position for Rise of Queens there. Down in, it looks like a ditch because Arm Family have so much height on them. They've got to smoke and they've got to be quick about that. Surely they must have been aware that Arm Family were up there, and Arm Family now are going to go with these nades. Dizzy going to send one in. Can we get the revive up? No, we can't. They're down to a duo, but they have 10 eliminations, and yeah, rough spot there for Rise of Queens with Arm Family right on top of them.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I probably would have liked to see Rise of Queens be able to make a slight rotation and try and at least get level with Arm Family, but instead they've left that rotation just a little too long and they've had to go down to much worse ground. So they've really put themselves in a bit of a bind there, which is unfortunate, but they do have a top 6. They're still a duo. Galatasaray might just start focusing on Arm Family a little bit more, which could give them some opportunities here. So not all is lost, but we are looking at 4 teams on that south side all needing to get into zone. Arm Family going to have a hard time really moving in because to that slope, which gets very open very quickly. A little bit of trouble going in there, but it's certainly favoring them for now.
Yeah, Galatasaray did move out to quite a good spot there. Unfortunately, not in the zone any longer, but they had good eyes on a few teams there actually. As Simmer just gets tagged up trying to get in her car. But Arm Family, though, looking good. And it looks like Rise of Queens have got a vehicle. So they've managed to just pull back a little bit, and they're just right with Arm Family instead. Maybe need some help from some other teams right now. A 2v4, they will be outnumbered, but Galatasaray making their move in as well towards Rise of Queens. You can see, and Far Voice, and is it K? No, Game Lord. I was thinking KOS, but no, it's Game Lord. Ellie there, you can see in the sight of Taya. We've got to make a move because there is the blue zone. Lisa's gone out to the blue, and I think Oreo just been eliminated by Tofi, so that is Far Voice Gaming in 6th, followed by is that Game Lord in 5th? It is. Now we're into our top 4, and once again Galatasaray and Arm Family are here with us. We also have Rise of Queens and Respect. Where have Respect creeps in from those nades though of Rise of Queen? She's going to try and med up, but that damage from those zones is going to be too much for Asu. She just managed to get in there very, very quickly. That was lucky. You gotta run. I don't think you can crawl any longer because that zone will eat you alive. She's going to get taken out by Dizzy though of Family. Asu now will be eliminated as well by Dizzy in 3rd place, and we have Arm Family and Galatasaray.
Again,
and Arm Family now can take advantage because Rise of Queens had a lot of damage onto Galatasaray already, and then Arm Family can come in and clean up and get themselves a win. And what were we saying? I said it's about time they got a win.
Absolutely.
Neptura picked them, and she's gonna get 2 points from today. What is going on?
I know. What happened? We were getting 0 points last 2 of phase 2, and now here we go with 2 points in 1 day. What a game from Arm Family, though. Really, really nicely played. They definitely had the best spot in zone. The zone started to favor them a little bit, but they handled that very, very well indeed. Being defensive just long enough to maintain their full squad, maintain their positioning until they could go aggro. So very, very well done from them. I just want to know, though, how Galatasaray got across that road in the first place. Who let them do that?
I don't know if maybe Arm Family were focused on a different team.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, they did manage to get across the road.
I know. I was so surprised that they got that entire squad across the road pretty much in the open. And of course, Rise of Queens did a whole lot of damage onto them. So I don't think they got any of those elimination points, but they certainly ruined Galatasaray's chances. So that was nice to see in terms of a third-party team really trying to stop them in their tracks a little bit there, because in my opinion, they should have never gotten across that road at all. It was insane that they were able to do that, but they were able. They did hold on long enough to get a really decent second place. They had played really well going into that end game, so they've got quite a few decent points coming in from there. So GG's, but it is going to be Arm Family with those 10 eliminations, 20 points total. That's going to do them a world of good.
Yeah, I'm really, really happy for Arm Family, to be honest. Definitely deserve it. Great start today. Top 3 a couple of times already. So topping off with a win in this Erangel, spot on for them. And I'm just dead happy for them because, we did mention before, very consistent in phase 2, but didn't manage to get one win. But they're always around. They're always there putting in the work. And so I'm dead happy that they've managed to get the win there. And just made up for them, to be honest. A bit of good luck with that zone there. And, they got the perfect placement. So GG's to Arm Family.
Yeah, absolutely. Big GG's going over to them. And it's been such a great night for them as well. Often you'll see teams have an okay night, but then get a win and still have an okay night, and it's fine. But Arm Family have had 2 third places and now a win. So it's been a great night for them. Rise of Queens, another good night, just 3 points behind. So that's going to be a good game for them. And of course, Galatasaray with those 13 points total as well. So looking good all the way around for these teams.
Yeah, Rise of Queens definitely putting in work. 12 eliminations, and they put Galatasaray in a lot of pressure when they did come across the road, because I'm pretty sure there was a few knocks going on there in the kill feed, and Family pretty much just had, to do the last push on them for the win. But they held on as the duo in that side of
Oh,
the zone for so long.
they
They
did.
defended themselves against Galatasaray,
Very
and
well. Yeah.
yeah, I'm surprised Galatasaray didn't actually just crash them, to be honest, instead of taking the position that they did. But there you go, Delphia with most eliminations, 6, same as Dizzy, 6, and then Asu 5, Tofi and Taya of 4. So there we have the most
Nice.
eliminations. So yeah, 12 from Rise of Queens altogether. So better game from them, just not quite being able to get the win in the end.
Yeah, for sure. And this is now the first time in the 4th game of the night that we're not seeing a Galatasaray player at the number 1 of most damage, which is insane. That is an insane statistic to have. But it is going to be Delphia beating that, getting rid of that now with over 1,000 damage going. But some high damage all the way around, actually. We're seeing 800 to 626 rather than the 600 to 526, something around there that we saw in the last game.
Yeah, so that average damage for the rest has gone up about 100. So nice to see we're steadily getting a little bit more aggressive. We've had a slow start, but it won't be like this all the way through the finals. I'm sure of it. And there is our eliminations and damage graph and Rise of Queens.
Goodness me.
They had those 12 eliminations. They're just, they couldn't get that placement right to get the win in the end and keep their teammates up. But over 2,000 damage for them.
Yeah, looking really, really good. I mean, that's what happens when you have that central position, and that central position is so strong that you're able to hold on to it, because central means you can just take shots at everybody in. So it's really, really nicely played from Rise. That is going to 4th place overall, but Arm Family shooting into 2nd, and by quite a large margin than we're used to seeing, 4 points.
Yeah, and Galatasaray just extending again a little bit. 43 eliminations for them so far over 4 games. So 10 plus a game average. Phenomenal start from them. And Arm Family cracking, jumping up into 2nd. And then Besiktas there in 3rd as well. And nice. We've got no 0 points after Bonfire claimed their points in Sanhok. So nice on the other side of that table as well.
Yeah, looking very good indeed, and very close. I mean, we see the top 5 kind of starting to pull away slightly, but 6th to kind of 13th is 19 to 12 points or something like that. So very, very close there. So again, I think it's going to be those middle tables to really have a look at and keep an eye on going into those final days. But speaking of final days, we are going to be heading into our final match very, very shortly. Already time has flown, but we will be going into it before we get all that action kicked off for Miramar. So stay tuned and we'll see you in a few minutes.
There's 100 different ways how to spend up all your day. base superhero vibes, yo. Put your lights up if you wanna go. Close your eyes now and chase the sun. We gotta move, follow the tempo. Gotta take it ice, we gotta let it roll. There's 100 different ways how to spend up all your day. We're gonna make waves. Part of the new wave. We're gonna make waves. Part of the new wave. We're gonna make waves. We're gonna make waves.
It was night and day when you entered the space of me. Fragrant leaves debated, stuck in your gravity. Burn me alive with your cutting stare, crushed in the dive of your flooding prayer. I wanna taste of your freedom. I wanna taste of your freedom. Froze inside when you're not there. Weight of the world on me, I don't care. I wanna taste of your freedom. I wanna taste of your freedom.
Hi, Bridge. What's more to say?
Farah takes down 24. We have the AYS.
A straight shot to the system. Pleased to be your victim. Now I finally elevated. Nothing could touch me.
This zone right now, and we're about to see them pro
Yes, Purchase items on both ends, stopping them in their tracks. ARG
from Neptura. Yeah, there's a one there.
Dude, that is the
I'll take any road. On my way to go. Burn me alive with your cutting stare, crushed in the dive of your flooding prayer. I wanna taste of your freedom.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are once again. Time for our final match of the evening. Map 5, Game 5 is going to be Miramar, Majesty.
It is, and let's get these predictions done. Neptura is 2-0 in the lead, and that equals
Yeah.
how many predictions we got right on all of phase 2.
Yeah.
Last game, they were just edged out of a win in the last game, so I'm going to go with Galatasaray to take the last game and, try and reach 100 points possibly.
Yeah. In the first game, I mean, in the first day, that would be really cool to see them do that so quickly. I'm looking at, hard to tell. I mean, Respect were in the top 4, but, they kind of snuck in there. They were a little bit passive about it. A great game from them. But is that going to classify as a win now or necessarily dictate a win in Miramar? I'm not entirely sure. You know what, though? I'm going to go for Dagestan. I think they need to pick me up. The final game would be a great game to do that on coming into day 2. So yeah, Dagestan is my pick for this one.
Yeah, fingers crossed on this. They've had a odd day. I don't know if it would just spoil in phase 2 with how brilliant they were. But yeah, very quiet from them day 1 today coming in. I obviously predicted them for the first Miramar. So you've gone for the second Miramar, the last game.
True.
So we both have a feeling, we want a bit more from them in Miramar. It is but yeah, now they're up against those automatic 6 qualifiers from phase 1 though. So, we've got to factor in that those teams that did have more points than them in phase 1 are back in these games. So maybe that's throwing them off a little bit. But
just a bit.
We'll see if they can bring it back in this last game.
Absolutely. And I think they will, it would be very strange to have a team do so well in phase 2 and not have any sort of, redemption arc coming into any. That would be such a weird thing to have happen to any team. So I think for Dagestan, we're not seeing the end of Dagestan here. We're not seeing what kind of where the rest of the finals are going to be going for them. So I think they got some more life left of them.
My internet just went off. My screen froze.
Oh,
I couldn't hear you, but am I alive now? Am I here?
You are. I can hear you now. Oh goodness.
Yeah, I think my internet just played up. Then I thought first I thought it was you, and then because I couldn't hear you, but then I saw my screen was frozen, my internet thing went off, and I was like, for the last game. But we're back.
Cool.
That was a quick fix. It just disconnected for a second there. It did not want me to be great. Just as I was about to mention, Catchy Shop there. Before we disconnected, I was going to mention that our sponsors there are trusted by millions of gamers around the world with discounts and promotions. You'll always find a great deal in Catchy Shop. You can use multiple payment methods to purchase items on both Android and iOS devices. So if you need some more UC, it's time to visit Catchy Shop.
It is indeed, and it seems like it's also time to visit Picado. I'm seeing at least 3 different teams here, Majesty. So quickly as well. We've got Rise of Queens, we've got Dagestan, and one more team. I can't quite see the names of them just yet, but we are looking at that zone as well. Going to be going up to the northeast side, so Al-Hazahar, Cruz del Val, Junkyard, all those sorts of places are up for grabs. But here we are in Picado. Is that Team Vias I'm seeing?
I believe it is the green team. Vias, Dagestan, and Rise of Queens all here. And I think Vias, again, a trio, and they're going to have Rise of Queens to contend with on landing here. So they're not having the best of luck with their landings, are they, in Taiwan?
No, unless this is intentional. They've decided they've only got 2 points, right? So here's where this could be going. They've only got 2 points. They've managed 2 points in the last 4 games. What better day to go all out, because what do we have to lose on the first day of the finals, right? This isn't the what do we have to lose because we're not going to win, we're not going to do any better than this because it's the final few games. This is, we might as well go all out, hot drop a couple of teams, see what happens, because we've got 3 more days on top of this one to get those points back. And it's not like we've been doing any, consistent points anyway the last few games. So that could be where they're going with this as well.
But then of all the teams you could hot drop on, and it turns
know.
out to be Rise of
I
Queens.
know. Yeah, that
Um,
is true.
that is, if that was planned, then props to them, and we'll see if they can get a win this time against
Absolutely.
the drop. As Armed Family
Ooh.
just drive past Leora. She's taken some shots there, but I believe she's on her own, and she is not bothered about that. She was spraying up, trying to tag up Armed Family, and it looks like they're just gonna move along. But Leora there, risky because she is on her own there.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very risky. I wonder if Arm Family, I mean, not that she would have known, but I wonder if Arm Family don't actually have any sort of weapons just yet. They grabbed the cars and kind of went for loot elsewhere. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, either way, they're not going to be taking on that that challenge just yet. We do see Blacklight and Galatasaray. They're both in Monte Nuevo. Okay, this could be a very interesting fight coming through here. Nad's got a fantastic third party angle, off angle rather, on to Galatasaray from that high ground, and the rest of them kind of baiting their focus on to themselves. So this is very, very nice.
Yeah, if Nads is a great shot with a sniper, she's got the perfect position here.
Oh yeah.
We'll see if how accurate she is though, because she could have a chance to take out a few Galatasaray members. She's got the scope ready, and yeah, great spot to overlook her teammates there.
Yes, indeedy. Looking very interesting. They are going to be in a bit of a stalemate position at the moment. We won't be seeing much from them just yet. But yeah, definitely something brewing here. This could be very interesting indeed. I think Nads' priority really has to be that she doesn't get spotted, right? Because as soon as Fire or any one of the girls spot her, her surprise element is completely taken away. So she's got to be very, very careful that she can see everything, but that they don't see her, and that's is gonna be that key feature in potentially bringing Galatasaray down.
Yeah, sorry, just I forgot that I just muted my mic a second. I thought I was going to sneeze, but it hasn't come, so it'll just stay there in my nose, I guess. I always hate that feeling when it won't come up, but yeah, just like you were saying, Nadia, she hasn't let off a shot yet, so she still has that surprise element to come, but, you know, once the first one goes off, then they will be aware she is there, and Malak's and Nate, they're taking out Fire. And Lara, what are we doing here? Are we going for a flank? Are we trying to make sure one of us is safe? What is she up to as Lara goes down? There is Nads with the sniper. Lara has gone down as well. That's 2 down. Fire will be eliminated by Malak. And I think Simmer there is looking like she wants to go as well. She does not want to be here anymore either. And look at that great work from Blacklight.
Yeah, fantastically played here. I was really hoping Nads was going to take that shot onto Lara as she made that flank. That was going to be imperative to make sure that she could maintain control there. She does give away her position, but for a great knock there. So very, very well done to Nads. Beautifully timed there. It is interesting. She looks like she has moved down. I don't know if she got the call from the rest of her teammates to come help with the close quarter stuff, or if she's just decided that that position is not worth it anymore. She is going to be trying to form up a little bit there, but Amy going to be going down. So to Tofi and Galatasaray in general, definitely not backing down without a fight here.
And we're going to lose 2 members, though.
Yeah.
I must say that was great accuracy from Tofi, though, with the red dot to get that right onto Blacklight. And I think for the first time, we're going to see them have to play as a duo and not a squad. And for pretty much the whole game as well. We're still waiting for the first zone to come in.
We are indeed. So very, very well done to Blacklight, honestly. That was just such good work coming in from them. Really nice use of angles, of bait, of focus. Really, really nicely done. And Galatasaray, unfortunately, going to be going down at 2-2, but it's not like they can't afford it, you know? It just probably means that they won't be hitting 100 points tonight, which is a bit of a shame. But yeah, they're looking very, very comfortable. So one less than fortunate game is not going to ruin their chances of the win. Now, Rise of Queens, we got 3 in this vehicle right now. The entire team, because Cakes has once again gone out early. I guess this means that we missed the fight over in Picado. So who actually came out on top there? Because I haven't seen Vias go out.
No team has been eliminated yet, so possibly they just decided to leave. Kind of like Galatasaray just done as well. But yeah, that one vehicle now stuck.
Yep, there it
so
goes.
foot it is. Thankfully not too far from a compound though, as year 10 popping up in that kill feed, getting a knock on Hate Me of Sly. So we've got some action happening elsewhere, and still no team's been eliminated yet. And
wow.
Oh yeah, we've definitely had a safer day today, but I expect that to change as we go on. That zone coming in now, 1 second left, and we'll see where we are headed. There we go, that zone is in. Sly, they're pushing on to Ellie, who goes down to Yagi. Your her teammate running her over. The opposite of the revive. She just wants to, shake things up a little bit there. And Yagi now trying to take on the rest of Game Lord. Ellie will be thirsted by Saya, so she will not be able to get picked back up. And now S2G coming down too. Mary has gone down. Mary there just caught out on her own. Her teammate's just a little bit further across. You can see there. Elena very low too. So just getting caught out on rotation perhaps there.
Yes, indeed, just a little bit as we look into this zone area. And what's interesting from Slime Machine here is they've got such a huge spread. I mean, they're kind of almost 1-1-1 split here. There's such a wide area that they've got angles over that it's no real surprise that both S2 and Gaylord are struggling ever so slightly to try and go past this team, because they've just they're a little bit grouped up now, but they had such a good spread across those hillsides that they had some really nice little angles there. They are going to be grouping up now and moving on. So that's that. Oh, but that is going to be the buggy exploded, so Elena gonna have to grab some help for later on. Oh, but this could be interesting as well. We've got on the other side. So they've used that time that they were looking at SGG to move actually around to the other side and sandwich them. So this could be very, very well played from Game.
Yeah, Elena there is going to be in a lot of trouble, because look at all that open, flat ground. She's got to try and make her way to some form of cover there. But yeah, Game Lord Sirens working their way around, getting that advantage on to Salai, and just now being on top of them instead of below them. So managing to make that rotation around and getting the advantage. Diavla there, you can see it a little bit further, but we're going to run over to Rise of Queens and Rise Divas there, just driving past as well. We see a lot of drive-bys in Miramar, don't we? And I believe has somebody from KOS got a sniper equipped on top of that mountain. Delicia is up there. KYS Inferno, yeah, I think, or is it a DP? I'm not quite sure, but anyway, somebody is up there with something.
Yeah. Yeah, something long range, which is excellent for
it is a sniper, I was right.
It is a sniper, heck yeah, alright.
It's 24, she's got a sniper, we've got this height. There you can see Rise Divas and Rise of Queens, so maybe we'll have another little cheeky sniper sitting up there, a bit like Blacklight, because Rise Divas pulling into the church. She's going to look at the M249 instead. Not going to let them know that they are there just yet. Just waiting for the perfect time. Is it now? She's going to go for it. Oh, and Maya gets in there just in time. 24 reveals their location, and Maya will have a chance to heal up. Next zone coming in, 6 seconds.
Yes, indeed. Stage 3 on its way. Just so close to getting that that knock there, but it was not going to be. And Slime Machine going to hole up in this compound here. It's a pretty good compound. Pretty hard to get rid of teams in here, so it's a pretty good defense area for them. But I don't think S2G are really going to pay much attention to them. We got another 1,000 meters to go. I don't think 2 extra points is really worth the potential foregoing of the rest of the game. All that way to go. If you end up, winning, but at the cost of a player, you're down to, where are they? S2G. I don't. Yeah, they'd be down to a duo. So it could really ruin their chances of a better game later on if they were going to go for that push.
Yep, your attempt there just managing to land on her wheels, and we've got a long way to go. Like I said, 1,000 meters for Game Lord as well. So
Indeed.
we'll maybe get a chance to see where the zone has gone. We're in Graveyard. Graveyard is in zone.
Oh dear.
Respect there, just driving through next to Ruya. Celine's vehicle will get blown up, but she manages to get out in time. But it does mean Blair there. She's cooking that nade. Celine also has her nade ready. Celine there goes down to that nade of Blair, and her teammates have just pulled up slightly further away. So they will not be coming to her aid there. And it's Elim now who will go down to Renata. So S2G looking very busy over Graveyard, actually. Quite a few teams here. And next Ruya with these advantages there and those sights onto S2G. The explosion eliminates 2 of them.
Oh my goodness.
So just Renata over there with Blair. She eliminates Blair, but she does get taken out by Hilal. So we lose our first team. It's taken until stage 3.
It has.
But it will be S2G Esports eliminated there in 16th place.
There you go. But that push from Nextruya, very, very expensive. It did get the team taken out in some sort of way there. But I don't think those points really went over to Nextruya. So now they're just down to 2. Very, very expensive indeed. Vias still up a trio. So full squad for them. But we will be seeing... It was interesting though, I just noticed, or I was noticing a little bit earlier, Dagestan full squad, Vias still up as 3, and we saw Rise of Queens up as 3, so they moved on very, very quickly, so someone got cakes, but then everybody decided to go their own way. There was nothing to really come from that hot drop.
Yeah, Vias do take a point, so probably Vias taking out cakes. As a one-tap Tofi, they're going down to Dagestan. Galatasaray duo pulling straight up into Dagestan. And Lara now has to divert. She's on her own. And is getting tagged up. She's got Sly looking at her as well. But it's going to be Satan Nova to eliminate Galatasaray. So that is no points correct for me today. I am rubbish, but there's always tomorrow.
There is indeed.
I start again with some predictions tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Nice to see Dagestan though, because they've been so quiet. Just get 2 points there from Galatasaray, so maybe that is their time to come through, but we still have a lot of teams left, of course. Another team that's been quiet, Farvoice Game. Where are they in this game? A lot of teams that we haven't seen yet, and Bonfire as well. They're just appearing in the kill feed as I say that, and so do Farvoice Gaming, as I mentioned them as well. And I think that's Sly eliminated by a couple of different teams there.
It is indeed. Vias as well and Bonfire going at it. I just want to point out very quickly that's the first time we've seen Galatasaray with the elimination thing come up, the elimination animation come up with the logo and everything. That's the first time we've seen it because they've been eliminated, but like in second place. So we go to match ended, not the elimination feed thing. So that's that nade.
Yeah, Vendetta's going to follow up very quickly with the Molotov. Up against Bonfire here, just on the edge of zone. Comes still now, wants to smoke up a boost. I think, are we going to have a push from Vias here? They are a duo though, but looks like they're going to come for it. Vendetta is coming through that smoke first. Reem as well, taking 2 different approaches here. Not pushing together, kind of separated, but Nilsu there in the little shack. And Goksu just below this dip respect, not too far away as well there, but the push has kind of slowed off there. Reem just sticking still now as we take up some boosters. And Buse did get eliminated, so it's a 3v2 over this side as Game Lord and Armed Family Taya is eliminated there by Game Lord Sirens and nades flying for Bonfire. Besiktas there picking on Game Lord as well. Lisa, the last one to be eliminated, and they will go out.
Oh dear. Not the best game from them either, although I think they got quite a few elimination points coming in there. But honestly, I'm not particularly worried about them. I've kind of wanted... Oh, hang on. Vias.
Real quick, Vias pushing up once again.
That's
Nilsu is down. Nilsu is out. Kumsel is down as well. Goksu too far away from her teammates. So Vias there picking up a 4th elimination point. Goksu there just too far away from her teammates. Situated a little bit more in zone there. Go on, Neptura.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say that Goksu is. I'm surprised that she didn't really. I mean, we kind of came in on the late end of that, but I'm surprised she didn't do more there. She had a great angle on them. I would have thought she would have gotten a knock or two there as Freeps eliminates herself outside the vehicle. She just fell to her death, and that is going to be Arm Family eliminated as well there. But yeah, I'm surprised kind of with Goksu there that there wasn't more ability to really get those points onto Vias from that angle. But it is what it is. We will be seeing Goksu continue and Vias continue as well, but Vias now have to push up onto her because she's in zone.
Yep, she has that zone now, but just hang on in there. A few teams around them. AC with that nade onto Delicia. KYS Inferno coming through. Besiktas though, full team from them. Facia also has a sniper with her. Nice to see these snipers coming out in Miramar as KYS there in a little bit of trouble. And Vendetta with the nade onto Goksu to eliminate Bonfire in 10th place there. Rise Divas coming through in this game as well. I haven't seen much from them yet so far, but now coming through. Now we're into our stage 5. Rise of Queens still looking to push here on KOS Inferno. We've got to do something because we're outside of zone. So one of us is gonna have to either be eliminated or what are we gonna do? Delphia through the window takes down Aqua. M24 ready with that M249 spray. What can we do? She wants to get this revive onto Aqua, but I think Rise of Queens will push. Dagestan eliminated there by Far Voice Gaming, and they have one player down. Want to try and pick up real quick. Respect now the next team. Intro, the nade comes flying in onto Respect. Their Dynasty's own nade blew her up in the end there. That will be Respect out as well. Rise of Queen still trying to push onto KOS. She's still trying to get that revive up as well. Oh, the flag grenade comes out. We can't see what we're doing. So Kowalski does get the knock onto Delphia through that. And it is only Elif's left for Rise of Queens. She wants to go outside as well. What can we do here? There's a couple of players down. 24 is going to get the win there. And 24 takes out Rise of Queens there. In 7th place, KYS Inferno.
Doing some great stuff there. I think that's the first time I've ever seen a stun grenade actually used in competitive. So GG's KYS. Unfortunately, Aqua going to be going and getting knocked back down to the zone there. So they're going to have to be very, very quick with this. Far Voice looking really good though.
Yep, taking out Dagestan. Yeah, we haven't seen them from their point of view yet for Far Voice, but we are with Besiktas, who have 8 eliminations, and Facia we just saw with a few of those sniper shots there.
Did she miss? Whoa, there
Kowalski goes down to Oreo though, and Yield is focused on Rise Divas right now. We have our top 6 teams for our last game tonight, and once again Besiktas here. And full team up. Far Voice Gaming got to make our way to zone as well. It's Rise Divas with that zone, I believe. It is them. There you go. The purple team right in the middle, taking this zone head on.
My goodness me, they're going to have quite a bit of a job to do, though. It's very open down there because the high ground is all on these edges. So they're going to not only have teams pouring in from those high grounds, but you're also going to have teams scoping down on you as well. So Rise, they're going to have to play this very, very carefully indeed. Besiktas, though, looking very good on this outside, and KYS having some trouble. It's a good cover. They got some good cover there, but they are outside zone, very outside zone, and they've got some nefarious. Those other teams have some nefarious angles on them, so they're gonna have to be very careful with that. Here come Farvoice, just a duo now, but 5 eliminations so far.
Yeah, first look at them. Lisa's getting tagged up though. She's got to get into a cover position really quick. KOS there and Rise Divas looking at her. Vias still in this game as well.
Yeah.
So don't discount them. You know, that would be a great result from them. As well, Rise Divas now focused on KOS Inferno with these nades flying over, not quite doing any damage there though. Onto Rise Divas, 3 eliminations. Next Ruya still in this as well, top 6. Farvoice Gaming, we're into the zone now as Reem down to Letty. Letty quickly taken down by Leora. So back and forth retaliations from these teams. Farvoice, what can we do? Who's that outside? It is KOS Inferno outside of zone right now, being held out by Rise Divas, the duo. They've got a 2G split there, 2 of them right in the center, and 2 of them keeping out Carla 2-4, and I think that was Besiktas with that knock. Kowalski there, the last player, gets taken out by Yildiz. So eliminated by Besiktas in the end in 6th place. So what do we have? Rise Divas full squad, Besiktas full squad as well, and then a couple of duos.
Yes, indeed. I just want to say, great work by Vias here. They've tripled their points in this one game. I mean, they only had 2 coming in, so, you know, it's not super hard to do with a good game, but still, it's a great result for the end of the night, but that's... Oh, Lisa just barely missing out on getting a knock there, instead getting Athena down, so she's going to have to come crawling back up to her teammate, but great save by Lisa there.
Yeah, she just saved herself. Can she get this nade onto Athena and Facey? She does! She gets her elimination point there. Perfect from Lisa, getting a 4th elimination for herself. But Facey with sights on out, she knows she's there. There you go, the nade comes flying in, lands on the vehicle, and will eliminate Lisa there. And Farvoice Gaming in 5th place, which means we have Besiktas, Rise Divas, next Ruya, and Vias. And we have, so Athena, we've lost Athena for Besiktas, so they have a trio, and Rise Divas, their full team still up. As we see Letty moving in, we've got to move in behind Rise Divas. Halal has gone down, and Maya is down for Rise Divas as well. No, quickly picked back up, and that Molotov of Letty going into the little shack. They've managed to run out though. She hasn't managed to get anything from that. She's going to push in with a UMP. Can she get a knock? No, she can't. And next Ruya will be eliminated in 4th place. And that leaves us with Vias Reem. You can see Reem up there. Solo for her team. Made it into 3rd place now. Great points for Vias coming through in the last game of tonight to give them a little boost. Ready for tomorrow. Then we have a full team, Rise Divas and Besiktas trio, and we are all pretty much in this zone though, so nobody has to do anything drastic yet.
No. Yeah, I was just noticing that we're all inside zone. Besiktas a little bit more than the others perhaps, but for now looking still able to relax as much as you're able to relax in stage 7 of a Miramar game. But, you know, it's still looking pretty okay. Vi's going to have a little bit of a hard time. Reem's just going to have to play this very, very well. She's got a great little ridge here, but she's going to have to move in. She's not quite in zone, just 7 meters off, so she's going to have to be very, very careful with how she plays this next one. Hopefully Besiktas are going to be way too oh, that was a nice little knock there, but hopefully they're going to be way too focused on each other to really care about Vias right now.
Yeah, Zoros's nade taking down 2 players of Rise Diva, leaving only Leora and Sonia left. So just bringing back those statistics Yep, there we go, 15 eliminations, and there's still 3 players left for them to try and grab even more points. But Rina eliminated by Leora, so we do have
Jeez.
Besiktas once again in our top 2 here. It's a 3v2 now. Sonia, ever so closely,
So
gets behind that
close.
dip just in time. Leora's got a nade ready, but I don't think she'll be able to throw it this far to take on Yildiz. And Sonia's just gone back to the place that she first ran from. She's gone straight back there. And who is going to move? Besiktas have to move down.
Yep, they do.
There you go.
Here
that blue zone will hurt them.
No
Here comes
smokes.
the push now of Besiktas.
Nice.
What have we got left? Sonia and Leora in sight. Still not quite in the zone though. So we've still got a few more meters to go. The trio there pushing down together. Still got 10 meters. Sonia and Leora. Sonia's got a vector. You know how dangerous the vector is up close. Can we get any knocks here? Leora tags up Yildiz.
Nice.
So Sonia goes down to Facia. It is Leora against Besiktas trio. Facia is down there. She knocks Facia. Can she get this point? Can she get to the point? Can she take on Zeros as well? She won't be able to take on Zeros, and it will be a Besiktas win. So they win the first and the last game there. Besiktas with a second dinner.
Very, very well done from Besiktas. They've really come out fighting, haven't they? Coming in from phase 2 into the final week, looking so, so good. Really, really ready to take on these teams. They are looking so, so good. So nice to see them really holding their own against all these teams. 17 eliminations. That is now the highest score we've seen so far today. So GG's there, 27 total points. But what a game from them. It just looked so good. Rise Divas did a great job there, but I think Besiktas just handled that really, really well because they had to come down the hill without any smokes whatsoever. They were out of utilities, so for them to even manage to get down the hill was very well played by them. So big old GGs to Besiktas, looking very, very nice indeed.
Yeah, they're looking like a completely different team.
Right?
There was one day I remember very distinctly during phase 2 when they started being aggressive, and it was that day that I then backed them for the Sanhok back-to-back win. They did it, and then I feel like since that day, they've been a different team.
They have.
Just pushing
Something's
teams,
clicked.
getting eliminations, going for it, and they've been a
Totally.
completely different team since that day. And really nice to see them just carrying it on from that phase 2 last week, and 2 wins for them. So yeah, close with Galatasaray right now.
Yeah, very, very close indeed. I think they're going to be grabbing that second place spot back with those 27 points. Rise Divas, though, with those 12 points as well, looking very, very nice indeed. Of course, Rise Divas are in 5th place right now, so that's going to be a nice few points. And Vice, so happy to see Vice with 10 points now as well, so that's going to be a total of 12 going their way. That putting them pretty nicely up a few slots, I'm pretty sure. Again, I think a lot of this was a lot of these teams down on the lower end getting some points finally. Vias, Farvoice, Nixruya, KYS, all these teams doing some really, really good work here. Game Lord as well. And funnily enough, the only team we see with 0 points is Galatasaray.
I mean, they get 0 points from that game, but yeah.
True.
They've got a lead already, so I'm pretty sure they're not going to cry about that afterwards. But you know, it's pride, isn't it? You want to like win every game. So there we have our most eliminations. 1, 2 there for Besiktas, Zeros with 7, Facia with 5. Then we have Vendetta from Vias. Nice for Vias to pop on in there. And then Yildiz and Lisa also with 4 each.
Yes, indeed. Looking very even across the board there, but Zeros putting in a heck of a lot of work with those 7 eliminations. Just GG's. And of course, Vendetta just sneaking in there so we can't get a clean sweep 1, 2, 3, but that's how it is. Vendetta going to be grabbing those 4 eliminations as well. So some interesting, because often we see those teams kind of be, there'll be 1 from each team or 2 from one team and a few from another. But it's really been dominated by Besiktas, and I think the elimination to damage ratio is going to be very much the same.
Yeah, most damage goes to 9992 Vendetta, but look at that 988 for Facia. not too far behind. Yeah, I think this is our best overall damage that we've seen today. So,
I agree,
fifth
yeah.
place there with 779. So really stepped it up another level in the last game.
They really have, looking very, very nice indeed. And you're starting to see now the kind of the first day shakes or the first day hesitancy starting to fall away now. We're seeing these teams continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger. So day 2 is going to be very, very interesting to see because I think we got all that out of the way now. Day 1 done and dusted. We're looking for more and more aggression, more teams being comfortable with doing that kind of now. So looking very interesting indeed. But elims and damage very quickly. Rise Divas, 1,800 damage for those 6 eliminations. So someone somewhere has been stealing, I think. But honestly, it's that way for many of them, and maybe that's why it's due to what we were seeing, that kind of get the knock and leave, or get the elimination and leave. We're seeing a lot of damage over a lot of elimination points, Majesty.
Yeah, so not quite able to get those eliminations, as quick as they would like. A lot of revives, so yeah, a lot of just warning shots, knocks, but yeah, not quite converting those. But there we're going to see our overall standings, and Besiktas close that gap a little bit and extend it a little bit over Armed Family there. So 75 points still for Galatasaray, but 66 now for Besiktas closing in.
Looking very, very nice indeed. Arm Family not far behind, just 20 points. And then we start getting very, very close indeed, because between 4th and 9th place is only 19 points. I mean, we've seen games much higher than that so far today. So looking very, very doable for a lot of those teams. Game Lord moving into 10th place as well. We saw them in 13th, but match 5, so they're looking good, but tied with S2G at the moment. So very, very close on the bottom end of that table, with Vias moving up to 15th. So looking very, very good overall for all the teams. Lots and lots of potential, lots of hope still for some of those lower teams as well. But we are going to be seeing our head-to-head now, and it is Tofi versus Zeros. Look at that.
Yep, nice head-to-head there from our 2 top teams today, and our 2 top players there. 15 to 20 damage, a little bit edging towards Tofi, but of course she does have a few more eliminations over Zeros, but the survival time, nothing really in it. We've seen them be the top few teams most games, so not surprised that survival time is pretty close. And then throwables, Besiktas actually take the throwables there. Zeros, we're used to seeing Galatasaray always have the most throwables used, so Zeros there edging over Tofi.
Yes, indeedy. All looking very, very close indeed. So we'll have to see how that starts changing, or if it does change over the next few days. But that's it. That's it. We're done. I mean, what an intense few games. What a great start to the finals here.
That was definitely a great start. And I just think from here, it's going to get more intense, more exciting, and more aggressive. So do join us tomorrow as well.
Absolutely. Yep. Like you just hinted there, that is the end of today. So we are going to be saying goodbye just for tonight, but we will be back with 5 more games from these teams tomorrow at the same time and at the same place. So make sure you stay tuned for that and get all your things in order to be here for those, because you're not going to want to miss these next 5 games. But for now, we will be saying goodbye. Thank you so much for participating and watching and supporting and all that good happy stuff. We will be seeing you tomorrow. But until then, have a great night, everybody.
take it ice, we gotta let it roll. There's 100 different ways how to spend up all your day. We're gonna make waves. Part of the new wave. We're gonna make waves. Part of the new wave. We're gonna make waves. We're gonna make waves. If you want more, we let the beat rock across the dance floor. We gotta move. When did the time go? Lost in space, superhero vibes up. Put your lights up if you wanna go. Close your eyes now and chase the sun. We gotta move. Follow the tempo. Gotta take it ice, gotta let it roll. There's 100 different ways how to spend up all your day. We're gonna make waves. Part of the new wave. We're gonna make waves. Part of the new wave. We're gonna make waves. We're gonna make waves. Put your hands up if you want more. We let the beat rock across the dance floor. We gotta move. Where did the time go? Lost in space, superhero